No, but that's
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And like Samantha was saying, this is kind of an open weekend. I have plenty of things that we can talk about, but so many times we're doing processes. You guys might have questions. You might have questions about things that we're not even doing. And so I thought we'd offer a weekend up to kind of do what you guys want to talk about and things you want to go in depth with. So this is the weekend. I was going to schedule something else, but I was like, we haven't done one of these for a while. So, kind of anything goes, like any kind of topic, area that you want to talk about, like doing treatments for, and we'll go from there. I thought I'd lead off with just starting to talk about, regeneration, degeneration, with vibrational healing that we've been talking about over the last couple months. And, uh, I'd like to do just, even if it's just the degeneration part, I would like to do just like a really simplified version that we can look at where, what if we don't have time to do a process like we've talked about in some of the classes and things like this. And so, you know, just to kind of cover this a little bit, I won't go crazy with it, but um, your body is either in a state of regeneration or degeneration. Now, there's different states that your body will. Mm, see, I'm already opening up a can of worms. There's different states for you to look at the body, and there's really like kind of four basic states that you look at, and these are tied on some level to the development of the soul, but manifestation of these is also quality of life and how you think and feel and your ability to deal with difficulty in life and karmic issues that might arise and projections from other people. And so these states are a development of the incarnated soul. It's part of what we're trying to develop as we live a life. It helps develop the incarnated soul and then eventually goes back as development to the higher soul. And so it's not some weird esoteric thing. This can also have very uh, practical uses in like how we feel, how our body functions, how we deal with injury, how we deal with disease, how we deal with, so many things that have to do with everyday life, how we deal with people being aggressive towards us, how we deal with people attacking us, how do we deal with, the difficulties that we have in work or a relationship. Yes, we can deal with those, but also depending on how we deal with those will also be an opportunity for the development of the soul, right? So seeing the things in front of us is also a way to fine tune and develop things on a bigger scale or a bigger picture. And so if we look at just the idea of degeneration, like, like if we throw all the words aside and just tell me something I can use, right? So what is that we can use? And so when we're talking about the state of degeneration, it's like when you have a little bit of arthritis or when you have an injury or when you have a liver that's not functioning well. Or sometimes it even goes further where it just feels like your body is going south. You know, it's just everything seems to be falling apart because degeneration eventually reaches this tipping scale where it becomes very accelerated and starts to cause like a crisis in the body, right? Now, when we get really good deep sleep, this is one of the ways to pull out of the degeneration. But the issue is sometimes we can't get good enough sleep. Right? And so, another way of saying degeneration is if you look at the idea of the mechanisms of fight flight. If you look at like when you get stressed out or somebody's doing something and it's like a little bit agitating, you'll hear people say like stress is really hard on the body. Stress accelerates the aging process. Stress is really hard on the internal organs, right? There's been a couple people in my family when they go through a stressful state, when something really bad and really stressful happens in their life, I see them the next time and they look like they aged like 5, 6, 7 years in the matter of like maybe 6 months, because the stress was so intense that it accelerated the aging process. And so even here, we could say that this aspect impacts how our body ages, how our body breaks down, how our body deals with inflammation, all these aspects. And it's not that we go into fight flight, because that's never going to stop. Like, we are going to go into fight flight when there's a danger. We're going to go into fight flight when we need to defend ourselves or defend something that we're doing, defend ourselves in work or something like this. But we don't want to linger there for a long time, and we don't want this response to be like hyper reactive or hyper vigilant, where we have a little bit of a threat like this, but our body responds like this, you know and so this idea of like hyper reactivity in the system is a lot of times what people call overactivated adrenals. And I mean, I get why they say that, but if you had overactivated adrenals, you would have some very chronic disease, you know. So it's not that the adrenals are overactivated, it's that they're hyperreactive. Your whole nervous system is hyperreactive. And this can happen, through the wear and tear of life. It could happen after being sick, but it usually doesn't happen all at once. It's like a lot of little movements moving you to this place where you're just like, ugh, what's happening? Like, I can't feel better. Like your sense of well-being goes away. But a lot of times what happens is your body starts not sleeping well, and you're not thinking clear, and you start dropping and bumping into things, and it's just this like little wave of things that happen. And so how can we calm this down? Like a good example of like a health issue that will manifest because of hyperreactive sympathetic nervous system is like respiratory issues and sinus issues. And, like when we're talking about these things, a lot of times I'll say, use rosemary verbena, and rosemary verbena will help to unwind that. And it's not fast, but it does help that. And the reason why in medical aromatherapy they use rosemary verbena is rosemary, especially rosemary verbena, is very good for toning that sympathetic nerve. And when we become hyperreactive, just like how we talk about the vagus nerve and vagal tone and toning up that aspect of rest and repair, the other side of the coin is that fight flight activity, part of your nervous system, and it can lose tone as well. And when it does, it becomes very hyperreactive. If you think about like people come up and like maybe ask you something or say something to you, and when you're feeling normal, you're like, whatever, that doesn't bother me, or you answer the question. But when you're tired, they come up and they say the same thing, and you're on your last nerve, and you don't have the energy to process it. So a lot of times we'll react in a much stronger way. Like we get upset, we get triggered, we get traumatized, we get angry, whatever it might be. And so we didn't have the energy to handle the situation the way that it was. And so we have this reaction. And the idea is that that's the same thing that happens in your nervous system. When your nervous system doesn't have the energy, when it's depleted or has lost tone, and things happen, we become more reactive. We become more kind of chaotic, you could say, and it starts to manifest as health issues. Like it manifests as health issues. Sometimes it manifests as like excessive emotion, things like this. So the idea of rosemary verbena is a very interesting oil. And you know, when they talk about it in medical aromatherapy, they'll say, you know, when the body is chaotic and there's a lot of different things going on, you have like several different kind of health issues, that rosemary verbena will bring balance to the body and make it easier to see like the things that you need to really focus on and to treat for the body to get better. Which is true. It is very balancing to the system, and when you don't know what to do sometimes, if you go to rosemary verbena and you start using it topically, a few drops internally, maybe a couple of times a day, all of a sudden the body starts to calm down. Not immediately, not that day, but like within a few days, everything starts to feel a little better, feels a little calmer, like everything starts to be like, okay, let's address this. And you know, then you start addressing the different issues that might be happening. And so sometimes with sinus issues, for example, we might say use rosemary verbena and use some of these other things. And part of it is you're toning the sympathetic nerves, which are the nerves that are for fight flight. And the reason why it's balancing to the body is what pulled the body out of balance was hyperreactive fight flight responses, right? And another way of saying hyperreactive fight flight responses is degeneration. Your body just starts to degenerate. And so, you know, something that doesn't have to be this big involved protocol where you can just go, what can I do to diminish this degeneration in my body? What can I do to stop the degeneration of my emotions and my mind? You know, like how can I slow these things down? And there's a lot of different ways that we have talked about doing these things. I didn't always use this terminology, but there are different ways. But one of the very simple ways to do it is the use of rosemary verbena. Now, you can use it topically, you can use it internally, you can do inhalation. But if you're just doing maintenance, inhalation and topical is probably pretty good. If you're really struggling with like a respiratory issue or the body is in chaos, you know, like we just got through traveling for a week and I went off without my rosemary verbena. And so guess what I did last night and this morning? I got up and I'm not feeling too chaotic, but I was doing something that was not my normal schedule. Like I'm not at home where, you know, we're eating in places that we don't normally eat, you know, where we're on airplanes and we're traveling and we're jumping in rental cars. And so, you know, we weren't that stressed out about it, but it's a little chaotic. You know, everything was planned. Everything was things that we knew that we were going to be doing. There was no hiccup, there was no big curveball, but still it was not my normal routine. Even though it was all planned, still the body sees it as a little bit of chaos. So I was like, ugh, I went up without my rosemary verbena and you know, so I started taking it last night, I started taking it this morning. I'm not even waiting for there to be a manifestation of, I don't feel good, I'm not sleeping good. I know that it's chaotic, so I try to prevent it before it happens. And so rosemary verbena is one of those ways that you can do it. And there's a type of fir that actually is almost is equally as good. And so I took a fir Fraser salt bath last night. You know, I was just like, you know, I'm getting back to the routine, but you know, we're off to Chicago next weekend. So I'm like, ugh, still everything's planned, everything goes smooth, but I'm going to be out of my routine. So the idea is to do things just to always keep the body from going into that state of degeneration too much, which is another way of saying so you don't start going into fight flight. So you don't start getting anxious, so you don't start generating body tension, so you don't start having sleepless nights or nights where you get really poor sleep. And on an even deeper level, it starts to be where you start to have more refined emotions. Like the more you slow down the degeneration in that fight flight response, you're able to have a better sense of well-being, like higher emotions, and the mind works a little better, looks a little clearer. It doesn't have quite that foggy thinking or that agitated thinking where you start thinking really repetitively. And you know that repetitive mind like that, as much as we think that it might be psychological, a lot of times it's a result of our biology, our physiology. And so if you calm down the physiology, a lot of times that repetitive thinking like slows down. Because if you think about it, if you're in fight flight mode, you start grinding on all the details because you're either going to be coming to a fight or you're going to need to run, and you're looking for the signs for like, when do I run? And if nothing's there, you're sitting there hyper vigilant, waiting for something to happen so you know when to fight or when to run. So the mind starts to become very repetitive. So if you have a mind that has a hard time breaking out of repetitive thoughts, this is also a way for you to diminish that. We even made that blend mental steel to help keep the mind going into that degenerative state. Right. So other oils that you might want to think about, these are just things that we're throwing out that like you might have them and you might not think about using them like this, or you might have them and go, I don't know what to do with them. And so I just thought we'd throw a little bit of things out here and let you see what would work. So fir Fraser, the other firs kind of do it somewhat, but fir Fraser is much better at slowing degeneration than the other firs. If you have another fir, it will work. It's just fir Fraser is about, I don't know, like maybe 30% better at slowing down the degeneration in the body. But if you had a different fir, you could start using that. Any of the big trees are also very fortifying to the body. The cedars, the spruces, the firs, the cypress, larch, they're more supportive to the parasympathetic side, which is the rest and repair mode, but they still have an impact a little bit here on the degenerative state. And the thing with degeneration and regeneration is they both can be happening. You could be regenerating somewhat, but degeneration is much higher, and you calm it down. It doesn't mean regeneration goes up. Like they are two independent things, even though they sound like they're something that's in opposition. They're very two. They have their own avenues or their own paths, you could say. And so, there's an oil called petitgrain, and there's all kinds of versions of petitgrain. Petitgrain are like the leaves of citrus trees. So original petitgrain, just petitgrain by itself, is the petitgrain or the leaves that come from the orange tree. But then there's like a lemon petitgrain and a mandarin petitgrain, and so a lime petitgrain, and there's all these different kinds of petitgrains. And they're antispasmodic. They're very good for the mind. They slow down confusion in the mind, and they're very supportive of mental processes. But part of what they also do is they reduce the tendency for degeneration in the body, the hyper reactive fight flight system. And so, think about how much we talk about tarragon. Tarragon's in this mix. Tarragon helps tone the rest and repair mode, but part of what it does is it also helps to tone this aspect of the sympathetic nerves, which calms down the hyperreactive um, fight flight response. Oregano does it somewhat. And then there's that oil Ravensara. Ravensara we talk about as having a terrain effect. It's good like as an antiviral, but it really kind of helps fortify the body so that it helps the body function better. And part of why it has that terrain effect is, when I say terrain, I mean the inner terrain of the body, just the landscape of the body. The reason why it works so well is it also slows down degeneration in the body. And so Ravensara and a couple other oils are what I used to use when I would treat people that had gotten into car accidents, because at some point the body starts degenerating and their injuries keep manifesting and getting worse. So if you think of something where you're just looking at a symptom, right? You're looking at a symptom and you're treating it, and it's like, oh, it's not getting better. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't understand why. On some level, there's degeneration in the body. And the degeneration is manifesting symptoms. And even if you treat the symptoms, the degeneration doesn't necessarily stop. So you're looking at symptoms, but you're also looking at the state of the body, like what is happening with the body. Where's the body at? Think about being around somebody who's in a bad mood. They're really cranky or something. And, you're quiet and they're cranky. And then as soon as you start to talk, they unleash, and kind of sometimes it doesn't even matter what you say. You just say something and it goes over well, or it doesn't go over well. Your body can get like that, where your body goes into such a state of degeneration that it doesn't matter what you do, how you treat it, it just keeps going down that rabbit hole. It just keeps going down further and further to that place that's just degenerating, right? So the idea is you can use this to treat when your body is in that state, but you can also start treating it to prevent it. Like my thing with taking the rosemary last night and the rosemary this morning was, I don't want to end up in that place. I want to prevent it. I want to diminish it. So you can work with one of these oils, you could rotate them, you can work with several. It depends on what's going on with you. So Ravensara, another one is thyme linalool. Now, all the times don't necessarily stop degeneration, but one that's exceptional in this area is thyme linalool. And the great thing about thyme linalool is also very, very gentle. It's something that you could even use on a small child. Thyme linalool is something that I use in a lot of things. Remember some of you took classes where we even made a body tonic or a little thing that we put on the chest. I don't remember what class that was, but it's the same idea. It brings circulation to the area, helps open up the chest, but at the same time, you're slowing down degeneration in the body. So it makes whatever else you do a little bit more effective, right? And then lemongrass. And again, another one that we talk about all the time. It's very balancing to the nervous system. It helps bring the fight flight mechanisms to a place of like neutrality where they become less hyperreactive. And it also helps to stimulate lymphatic movement, right? And then there is a fancy oil that that is in here. It's been in a few classes, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. It's not necessarily the one that I would say like, this is the one to get. But if you have some fancy oils and you want to do something in this realm, it's osmanthus. Osmanthus is another one that's out of the fancy realm of oils, the precious oils. It would be very good for this. right? And then one that we don't talk about a whole lot, but can be quite the workhorse is lemon. The idea of using lemon and lemon for slowing down this aspect of degeneration is probably out of them all the slowest, but it can produce the greater, longer lasting effect if you use it consistently for a while. And part of why lemon does a lot of different things, you know, um, it does a few things kind of well, but it does a lot of things. And if you use it consistently, it will produce a result. But in this area, one of the things that it does really well is it helps when your body is lacking minerals. Like when there's been a depletion of minerals in the body, lemon actually helps to resolve that lack of minerals. And so the idea is, you put several drops in water a day. Like you could take like up to 5, 6 drops a day. Doesn't have to be all at once, but you put it in your water bottle or something and you drink it, and it doesn't have to be all at once. You just drink it throughout the day. And the idea is that lemon will bring better health and balance to the body, but it's doing it because it's resolving the lack of minerals in the body, so it improves body function and helps with what they would call demineralization. And so by doing this, it makes the nervous system function better. Sometimes our nervous system might not be working well because it's lacking something in the body's system. So this idea with lemon is to balance out the body and balance out the minerals in the body so that your nervous system and your body function better. And then with that, we can start going into like sleep and inflammation and things like that, which would all be associated with degeneration, but still to target that nervous system right off the bat. And so I'm going to keep talking about sleep and inflammation and things like that. But before I do that, you can ask questions. It doesn't have to be with what we just talked about. Like if you have questions that you're ready to go, just when there's little spaces, I'm going to fit in things that I think is good for you guys to know and good for you guys to be able to problem solve things and utilize things in a way that's not just in dealing with a crisis or a symptom, but to help prevent issues from coming up so that you don't have to be as aggressive in your treatment strategies. So let's go ahead and open it up. Anything goes. You can unmute yourself, type in, and I'll do my best.
And we've already had a couple questions already get
Mhm,
typed in, so we'll
mhm.
just start with those. So what is happening? Oh, could Greg talk about inflammation? What is happening in the body? How does it work? Is it throughout the body or sometimes more local? Just explain what is happening.
Yeah, so it can be both. Like inflammation can happen throughout the whole body, and inflammation can be happening in a very localized area, right? So usually, like, if you think about when you get an injury, like say you hurt your knee, right? And you watch and there starts to be a little bit of swelling. Well, the body sees an area of the body where there's a little bit of crisis. So the first response is to send more blood to that area, right? So that idea of sending more blood to the area is because blood has oxygen, has nutrients, it has the things that the body needs to regenerate itself. You know, there's different kinds of regeneration, but one of them is through increased blood to an area, right? And so whenever the body has an area that is compromised, one of the things that it starts to do is um, send blood to an area. But inflammation can happen for a lot of reasons, and inflammation can be a response to even bigger things that are happening, not just injury. And so you'll start to have inflammation that starts coming because of, all kinds of things, allergies or injury, or there's an area that might be a little bit compromised. You might have a lot of stress, again, still tied to this degenerative process. That stress eventually will turn into like systemic inflammation or inflammation all over the body. And your body, to clean up that inflammatory material, one of the ways that we would look at that is to clean up the body with the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system going through and cleaning up all the material that eventually turns into inflammation, or cleans up the effects of inflammation. But again, if we come back to a hyperreactive fight flight response, your body has these mechanisms that operate when you're in fight flight and operate when you're in rest and repair, right? And so if you think about like fight flight, your body's not thinking about, let's reduce inflammation, let's clean up, let's detoxify, let's get this material out of the joints. It's thinking it's got to run or it's got to fight. So if it thinks it's going to have to run and fight, the lymphatic system, why give energy to the lymphatic system? Why engage that process when all the energy needs to go to, your shields or your ability to run and make a run for it? And so when we're in more of a fight flight response, or when the fight flight response is hyperreactive, lymphatic function goes down substantially, right? Substantially. And so your body could be having a little bit of a healing crisis, even like if you have an ache or a pain, or, you have an injured knee or an injured back. Part of what happens is your body goes into a little bit of a fight flight response because there is some sort of crisis. The body is trying to alert you that there is something going on. It starts to go into protective mode, right? So then your body doesn't clean things up like it should, because it's allocated its resources in other ways. And so for your body to deal with inflammation, for your body to deal with that inflammatory material that eventually breaks down the body or breaks down a joint or causes weird things in the gut, is you have to reduce that stress in the body, that fight flight hyperreactivity. And then you got to stimulate lymphatic movement. And if you think about like when we did those free lymphatic classes, the very first thing that we did is to stimulate lymphatic movement. What did we use? We used lemongrass to stimulate that fight flight, or excuse me, to reduce that fight flight response and stimulate rest and repair. And in doing so, the body starts to repair itself. It starts to detoxify itself. It starts to clean things up. It starts to reduce inflammation. It starts to address these things. And so the key there, again, is reducing that hyperreactivity of the fight flight mechanism. Because if you're just using things to reduce inflammation, it's good. But if your body is in that hyperreactive state, it's only going to work so well, and you'll have to keep taking it over and over and over again. So the more that you reduce that hyperreactivity, everything that you do becomes easier. Like everything starts to respond a little bit better. Like sometimes when you have situations where the body is not responsive to any sort of treatment, be it oils, herbs, medications from the doctor, and it's just like, it's just not going well. I almost guarantee that it is a hyperreactivity in the fight flight mechanisms. We just in the West, we don't talk about those things very much. We don't look at it as an issue. But in modalities like say in Europe or in the Asian side of the world, they'll talk about these things sometimes in different ways, but they'll address it in more holistic approaches. But a lot of times in the West, our holistic medicine is kind of just trying to replace the use of a medication rather than looking at it from a philosophical point of view or a body landscape and like, how do we treat this, right? And so it's a different philosophy. It's a different approach. It's not just natural versions of what you would get from your doctor. That is still a very symptom-oriented approach. And so the idea is to treat the state of the body while you're treating the symptoms. You know, you're trying to put the body in a place where it can heal itself, right? And so when you're dealing with inflammation, you know, which, you know, we can talk about it as little or as much as you would like, but you know, we use things like black cumin and helichrysum and frankincense and, you know, the blue oils like blue healer and German chamomile and yarrow. All of these things are very helpful, but they also need to be complemented with reducing that hyperreactivity in the fight flight system. And, you know, a lot of times just reducing that aspect starts to make the body better before you even start using the anti-inflammatories. And so, you know, when you have something like a knee, like let's say you have a knee or a hip and it's bone on bone. So at first, your body has a lot of inflammation in that area because it's bone on bone. The body is trying to help repair that area, right? But you know, that blood accumulates, it doesn't get out of the area, it starts to swell, right? And so at first your body is trying to deal with this. Well, because there's an injury, because there is some area in your body that's compromised, your body also goes on red alert, like it sees it as a threat. So then your body starts going, okay, red alert, the body is breaking down, the body is degenerated, the body is compromised. And so your nervous system becomes hyperreactive, right? The fight flight mechanism, because it's wanting to protect that area of the body that is compromised or protect the body itself. And so then what happens is your body starts detoxifying less, it starts not being able to process inflammation more, and that inflammation that was in the knee or in the hip that was very localized at some point, because that material hasn't been processed or absorbed by the body, starts to spread throughout the whole body, and that inflammation becomes systemic versus localized, right? So that idea of treating the inflammation is good, but treating the nervous system, that hyperreactivity of the nervous system, is also necessary. So one of the things that is also very good for calming down that hyperreactivity of fight flight, you probably have never heard me mention this oil before, but it's galbanum. You know, I'm always like, people are like, what about this? What about that? And I'm like, galbanum, 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 and black cumin, you know, because it's a 1-2 punch. You know, the galbanum also calms down the nervous system. It bounces off the nervous system. And then the black cumin acts as an anti-inflammatory and stimulates more of the rest and repair mode. So just those two oils can work together and treat a wide range of things, regardless of what the symptom is, because it's balancing out the nervous system, it's calming down the hyperreactivity of the fight flight mechanism, and it's starting to reduce inflammation.
So Greg, with all those oils you just mentioned for this, what would the method of application be?
A lot of times, if you're not in crisis, the method of application could just be topical or a salt bath or inhalation. If the body was in crisis, usually I would say maybe topical, maybe a little bit internal. Like if you look at galbanum, a lot of times when I talk about galbanum, I'll say, you know, you could do either or. Several drops on the wrist or 2 or 3 drops internal. Rosemary, verbenin, I would say best bet is to take it internal. Topical still works, inhalation still works, but producing a longer term effect, I usually do a little bit of it all. Like I inhale it, I take a few drops internal, I put some on my skin, I rub it into my wrist, and I do that like on a daily basis, a lot of times even a couple of times a day. Like I'll take rosemary probably 2 or 3 times a day. I already took a dosage right before I came on. And the thing that's nice about rosemary verbena is it also helps move blood to the brain. And so it also helps to increase circulation to the brain. You know, when you have that hyperreactive nervous system, part of what happens is blood flow even to the brain gets thrown off. And so it keeps everything balanced, but it's also moving blood to the brain so that the brain doesn't start breaking down. You know, the cognitive processes don't go down. You know, your neurological process don't start slowing down. So you can also do salt baths. You know, I love doing salt baths for this because salt baths, for example, if you just didn't put any essential oil in a salt bath and you got in, you did a salt bath, it would be calming and soothing to the nervous system just by itself. Without even putting an oil in, your nervous system's already starting to calm down somewhat. It might not be super long lasting, you know, but it would do it. And then you start putting the oils in, and then all of a sudden it becomes more long lasting, it becomes deeper. And so the idea of using salt baths or even like a salt scrub can be very helpful in treating conditions because it keeps calming down the nervous system. You know, even if there's external factors that keep stimulating you to go into fight flight, it keeps calming everything down. So internal internal for some of the oils, right? And then topical, inhalation, and then salt baths.
And this one's more specific to the furfrasier, how to use it instead of a salt bath. And the next questions were how to use the Ravensara and how to use the mental still. This was asked a little earlier when you were talking
Okay.
about,
So how to use the furfrasier?
yeah, that
Fur,
instead of a salt bath, basically.
yeah,
right?
furfrasier, you know, you could take it internal, but I don't know that you're going to get the benefit from furfrasier internal. The big benefit there would be several drops on the wrist and then rub the wrist together. And you're using your wrist because there's not a lot of fatty tissue here. So when you put it in here, it hits the bloodstream really quickly. Temples could also work, and the tops of the feet, right? So you put it on the tops of the feet, the wrist, or here, because will go into the bloodstream much faster. So you could do a topical application, or you could just do inhalation, and you don't even have to direct it anywhere. You just sit and inhale it while you're, you know, watching TV or getting ready to go to bed. You just take a bunch of long, slow, deep breaths, and that inhalation will actually do it. You know, you don't even have to direct it to a part of the body. So that would work. Ravensara is very gentle and it's very effective. It's powerful yet gentle both at the same time. And really kind of anything goes there. You could take it internal, you could do a salt bath, you could do a body tonic, you could just put it on your wrist, you could do a lot of inhalation. It's one of the more antiviral oils out of the oil kingdom. So if you're trying to prevent colds and flus, it works really good, even if you're in the middle of a cold and flu or after the effect. You know, like you're getting over like a cold or flu and you're just like, ugh, I'm still a little tired. You can still use Ravensara to help you bounce back. And for a long time, I used to use Ravensara like about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you know, like when I was doing sessions full time. You know, I'd start at like 6 in the morning, and by like maybe 3 or so, I still had a little ways to go, and I was starting to feel a little tired. So I would go, well, you know, a cup of coffee midday would be good, you know, and so I would start using caffeine. And then I was like, that's probably not the best thing. So instead of using caffeine, what I would do is about 3 o'clock, I would take a few drops of Ravensara internally, and it would give me energy to finish out my day so that I wasn't exhausted at the end of the day. And so Ravensara is very fortifying to the body, very, very fortifying. And you can kind of use, even like if you're doing a bunch of topical applications, you could go crazy with it. You could put a bunch on. There was times where back during the pandemic when we were still traveling a little bit, and we would think that we would have exposure, or you're like, I don't think I'm getting sick, but I'm also not sure. I would put a whole bunch of Ravensara like on my back and abdomen and everything. And, we would keep testing. Nothing would come out positive, and I never got sick. But you know how sometimes you're like, I think I might be getting sick. I'm hoping not. Fingers crossed, I'm hoping not. But it's walking like a duck and quacking like a duck. It's starting to feel like I'm getting sick. And so, it's one of those oils that's really super helpful for something like that. Anything antiviral will usually help stop degeneration or inflammation in the body, to a certain extent. And so, bay laurel, I've put in that same arena. Bay laurel is very good for fighting off viruses and things like that, but it also is stimulating to the lymphatic function. It's decongesting, and part of why it does that is it also has an impact on the nervous system. And so maybe not quite as strong on the nervous system as some of the things that we've mentioned, but it still has an impact, enough. So sometimes even just using bay laurel by itself can be helpful. But if the body's in crisis, I really like to go to like the big hitters for the nervous system. Bay laurel has an impact on that sympathetic nervous system, calming it down, but not quite like the ones that I mentioned in the beginning. And so you could use it, but I would still complement it with something else, like augment with one of the oils that we talked about. But and then what was the other one?
The other one was how to use mental still.
Mental steel, just the act of inhaling it, but a lot of times, mental steel is to slow down the degeneration of the mind, or the impact of the aspect of having a hyperreactive nervous system, a hyperreactive fight flight system that eventually starts to impact the mind. And so inhalation, on the wrist, on the chest, so that you're constantly inhaling it, or you can even use it like as a body tonic. And when we do it as a body tonic, we mix it with the herbal thieves blend, the original thieves blend that was from 400 or 500 years ago, or 300 years ago, whenever that was. That term thieves is thrown around by several companies, but in the old days, that was named because of these four thieves, and people use the story, but they use the story to push their blend, but that formula is still on record in the town that those thieves, were going in during the plague and stealing things from people. That formula is still on file there. And so when I made the herbal version of the thieves blend, which is a topical thing, it's not internal, you just rub it on your body. I followed the formula from those original thieves. And so I mix the mental steel with that for a body tonic, so that again, the more that you fortify the immune system, you're fortifying the inflammatory response, because even when you look at like things that are antiviral, part of what happens when your body gets viruses is it causes like a mass amount of inflammation in the body. And the impact of the virus is the inflammation that it causes in different areas of the body. And so anytime you're using something antiviral, you're usually fortifying the nervous system, and you're helping the body to not be so inflammatory, and you're reducing some of the inflammation. And so with the mental steel, you can just inhale it, you can put it on your wrist, you can use it as a body tonic. Sometimes you can take a bath. Like last night when I did the Fur Fraser bath, I was like, mental steel, rosemary verbena, bay laurel, Fur Fraser. Which one should I do? I had this little conversation in my head for about 30 seconds, and I was like, Fur Fraser. Haven't used Fur Fraser for a while. Um, so you could use it that way. Yeah.
And something I find interesting, which is if you go to the chat, guys, you'll see Robert is posting these different products. But the Herbal Thieves blend, it's not made into an essential oil because some of those plants from the Thieves blend don't produce essential oils.
Right. Several of the plants in there don't have an essential oil. Not all plants produce essential oils. And so I made the herbal blend because that still has a lot of value. And then instead of just putting those same essential oils in there, I took, there's the immune support, which is super antiviral. It's super, super antiviral. I mix it with that. And then for mental faculties, we still use the mental steel in the Herbal Thieves blend. And again, still very fortifying to the immune system, but also a little bit more directed at the function of the brain.
Thank you. I just thought people might find it
Mhm.
interesting.
Yeah.
And we still have a bunch of questions in chat, but Denise, go ahead.
Hey, Denise, how are you?
Good morning.
It's good seeing you last weekend.
Oh, it was great fun. Thank you both so much. It was a amazing weekend. Thank you. I wanted to ask, I don't know much about mental steel. Is it also help with fight flight?
It probably wouldn't be the thing I would use for fight flight. It's almost like more after the fact, like pulling your body out of fight flight. There's a lot of different ways that you could do it. But there's like a short-term way and a long-term way. And the long-term way is those things that I mentioned, at the beginning,
Okay.
rosemary, verbena, galbanum, for Fraser, tarragon, ravensara, thyme, linalool, lemongrass, things of this nature. Now, the issue is that a lot of times while we're in fight flight is there can be external situations that keep stimulating us to go there. There could be body issues, like an injury or a degenerating shoulder or hip or knee or something that could cause us to be going there. And then sometimes it's the lack of tone, right? The lack of tone in that sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is the fight flight mechanism. And so regardless of what the cause is, you use these oils, and the ones that I'm talking about, they're not going to be super immediate, but they'll produce a long-lasting effect because they're toning up that nervous system.
Mm.
So eventually you do kind of go out of that fight flight response. Now, short term, like when you're like, but there's this jerk at work and every time I interact with him, so I would treat it long term with some of these oils, but short term, the oils that are like blue, like yarrow, German chamomile, dark blue tansy, blue healer, things like this, that will pull you out of like the immediate fight flight or the tendency to be triggered. Those can be very helpful. If it's a lot of the fight flight is being stimulated because of an external factor. Like, you could say it's a person, you could say it's a situation, but basically like you're feeling a little out of control. Jasmine can actually be helpful for that. And jasmine is actually weirdly fortifying. You wouldn't think of jasmine as like fortifying the body, but it's like what you would use for a woman after she's had a baby and there's postpartum depression. You know, basically postpartum depression is the body went through a significant change and the body's super depleted. And so you give them, you know, topically a lot of jasmine, and the jasmine helps them to feel like a better sense of well-being with all the changes, but it also is super fortifying to the body, and their body is then able to handle the changes. And another time that I use jasmine a lot in a clinical way is when people start to have a little bit of dementia, you know, like as people get older and dementia starts to settle in, and, you know, say a family's taking care of somebody who has dementia and they don't really recognize things. And usually one of two things happens to the person that has dementia. They either like kind of calm down and they almost become a little childlike, or they get really aggressive. Right. And so when they become aggressive, part of the aggression is they feel super out of control. They don't really connect with their environment. And so they're out of control. So they handle it with aggression. Right. And it's just a sign that they don't feel safe, is really all that is. And so the use of jasmine helps them to feel safe, so that it calms down the aggression. It might not completely make it go away, but it makes them so they can be redirected or calm down, or not bolt out of the house and make a run for it, you know, because there's all kinds of versions of this. And so that can be good too. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really, I didn't know any of that about jasmine.
Yeah, jasmine's nice. Plus, you know, the thing that's nice about jasmine is, you know, some people will say like it's an aphrodisiac, and I would say yes, but it's an aphrodisiac because for people to be, like, if we just look at the mechanics, for people to be sexual, it's not fight flight, it's rest and repair.
Mm.
If you have to go into rest and repair mode. So anything that's like people can say, oh, that's an aphrodisiac. What they're really saying is, oh, that tones rest and repair mode and allows your body to go there, right? It's just
Yeah.
what happens. And so like anytime you hear, oh, that's an aphrodisiac, that just means your body goes into rest and repair, and you can do something different than having to run and fight. Like if you think about being intimate with somebody, you're not going to be in fight flight mode, right?
No.
Like your body won't go there, right? Your body is like, no, put your defenses up. Don't put your guard down. Don't be vulnerable. Why would you do that? That's nuts, you know? And so anything with an aphrodisiac kind of quality is always kind of putting you more in rest and repair mode rather than fight flight. And so jasmine does that. And the other thing that jasmine is really good for is that it makes the person like a little bit more playful. Like, you know what I mean? Like they become like a little lighthearted, like, you know, you say like if Jasmine was a person, like, and they had this personality and somebody came up and they'd go, you know what, you're a big jerk and you do this and you do that. And Jasmine would go, you are. You are. You're a jerk. You big meanie. You know, it'd be like that. You know, because it's kind of almost like playful, and it doesn't, like, if Jasmine was a person, Jasmine wouldn't take things very personal. Like it would just be, oh, you, you know, it's your issue. It's not my issue. But it would also be playful with it.
I love that. It's going on my must-haves list for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
I just wanted,
it's nice, and it's like, even like when you're wearing it, you'll notice it will kind of impact the people around you. And you know, there's certain like esoteric blends that use jasmine because of that quality. And like I go back to Master Choa, like he used to buy like green tea, and like they'll put, don't take the essential oil jasmine internal, like it's all topical or inhalation. But sometimes you'll find green teas that have jasmine. And he would have us making cups of tea while he was teaching, and he'd get the cup of tea, and so he's drinking jasmine tea, but he would sit and smell the tea because of the jasmine quality, like what the jasmine does. And so jasmine is it's very soothing. It's like very, very, very soothing. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Can
You
I just
remember,
call?
like, I don't know if you took the class, but I remember there was a class where I made a jasmine ointment, and I like just had people put it on their feet. And you would think, like, why jasmine on the feet? But like, I did it just because you have a bunch of neurotransmitters in your feet. Like, so your feet kind of send messages to your body to respond in particular ways. It comes in other areas, but your feet is a big one. And so you put the jasmine on your feet, and you'll notice, like,
Oh,
it's all good. Like, it's all nice. And a lot of times people wear jasmine like on the neck or on the chest, but the feet is still also a very good place to to put it, and it calms down your body's reactions. It calms down that tendency to go into that fight flight mode, and so yeah.
okay. Do you still have that on your the ointment? Can we still get a hold of that, or is
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
George?
And Robert posted it. It's the very last one he posted in the chat
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. So I just wanted to ask two things on the mental steel.
Mhm.
If the body tonic that you were talking about,
Mhm.
it has both the mental steel as well as some of the herbal thieves blend in
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Like, if you order the mental steel body tonic, it's included. Like, so the thing with the body tonics is, now that we've been cranking out the tinctures, um like anything that has a body tonic, I put a tincture in with it. And so for the mental steel, I use the thieves blend. But like, sometimes I might not have like a tincture of a particular, like, body tonic that you might, essential oil, like, say, you want, like, hey, I want lang lang. I don't have a tincture of lang lang, so I'll use a tincture that will augment and make the lang lang more potent. So when I make it, like, I'll still use a tincture. It might not be the exact same plant, but I'll make it so that it is more potent. So you get the broader spectrum. You get the essential oil, you get the holy water, and you get a tincture that will be a broader spectrum of what the plant is. And so, you kind of get the best of both worlds.
Oh, I'll definitely get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And one last thing,
Mhm.
you Nioli, is that
Uh-huh.
good for after you've been sick?
Before, during, and after.
Okay.
Naoli is in the tea tree family. And so it's very fortifying to the body. It's very antiviral. And like, if the body's been real depleted, Naoli is a good thing to use, because it's fortifying without being like overstimulating. Like, sometimes you can jumpstart the body, and like, it's not an essential oil, but like ginseng is a good example. I have some really nice ginseng, but when I take it, like, I really am careful about when I take it, because when I take it, I don't sleep very good for like 2 or 3 days. Like, it's very fortifying to the body, but it's so fortifying to the body that when I lay down, I'm just like, okay, it's time to sleep. And I'm not anxious or anything, but my body is not letting go, because part of falling asleep sometimes is fatigue. And if I'm not feeling fatigued, ugh. And ginseng can be so fortifying, especially like really fancy ginseng. And I bought this ginseng, like, I don't know, 15 years ago. And like, it's just like a little 2-ounce bottle, a dropper. And I'm not even halfway through the bottle because it's so potent that I won't sleep. So I just use it like when I'm really not feeling good. Like when I'm body's feeling depleted, I'll use a little bit of it. But then I'm like, I'm probably not going to sleep for a day or two, like or get really light sleep, you know. And so Naoli does not do that. Like you can fortify the body and still like conk out and go to bed, go to sleep and not have that issue. And so it kind of strengthens like the fire in the belly, the fire in the lungs, like, you know, it helps with the lungs functioning better, but it also helps with cognitive function. And the thing that's also nice about Naoli is, you know, especially like during colds and flus, it's really good for treating like bronchitis, you know, so inflamed bronchioles, you know.
Wow.
And there's different kinds of bronchitis, and you know there's this one kind of bronchitis that you know, be it viral or bacterial, but you know sometimes when you get sick you'll notice that like there's a real weird smell in your nose or like in your mouth, like your breath gets
Mhm.
really weird. So when the bronchitis gets so bad, sometimes it will produce like this like kind of bad odor in the nose and in the mouth. Neoli is super good for that. Like when your bronchioles get that inflamed. And so you know, you could use it before, during, or after. The after would be more for cleaning up the inflammation and strengthening the body. But during, or even like if you think like, oh, I might be getting sick, very antiviral and very preventative in what it could potentially become exposed to and then eventually become sick. So either way, you're doing good by using the Neoli.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. I
And
appreciate
it's cheap. You could use a whole bunch of it. Like, I mean, one time, I'm not saying do this, but one time I thought I was getting sick and I had somewhere to be. You know, this is, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago or something. And so I put like 5 mils of Naoli on my body, like just all over. And I felt great. I didn't get sick. I was pretty sure I was getting sick. And I mean, within 24 hours, I snapped right out of it. And
Oh, man.
so, you know, you could go pretty heavy with the Naoli if you needed to.
Excellent. Thank you
Yeah,
very
you're
much.
so welcome.
Wonderful, wonderful.
For the Naoli, would it be internal, more topical? What would be the
You
application?
you could take it internal, but a lot of times topical and inhalation works best. Like if you're really in the middle of being sick, I'd probably take it internal. But if it was like after the fact or you're trying to prevent, topical and inhalation would probably be best. You know, like that time where I thought I was getting sick, I didn't throw a bunch down and take an internal. I just did it topical and worked like a charm. Yeah.
We do actually have quite a few more questions. Maybe we take a quick break.
Okay, so how about we'll take a break and we'll come back on the half hour and we'll start hitting your guys' questions. And you know, you can kind of see I'll keep chatting and answering your questions, and if we need to tie it to something, we'll do that. But you know, we'll just roll with it. So if you have questions or if you have curiosities, write them down and we're gonna get to them. So I'll see you on the half hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And then let's continue with the questions.
All right. So, you know, as you want, you can unmute yourself, you can type in. We do have some typed in questions here, so we'll go to those. But does going through X-ray at the airport affect essential oils?
No, it should be okay. You know, if you were to do it, you know, 5 times a day and, you know, yada, 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 you know, eventually it would, but just an X-ray here and there, nothing to worry about.
What is the difference in the two kits for next weekend? Vital centers, we have the big 5 ml kit. That is just the Vital Center oils.
Right,
And so basically you're buying the Vital Center oils,
right.
and with you buying those oils, you get to take the class.
Oh, okay, I see. So, I mean, maybe you can explain it better than I can, like what's the,
Yeah,
I think it's just size, like right? It's the regular kit that comes with it is the little 2 ml bottle that has a little bit of jojoba in it. It's still a decent amount of the oils in there. And then the bigger kit is 5 mils of those bottles. And it's not really like that it's a kit, but if you buy that whole 5 ml kit, we just kind of give you the class for free. And so
and just so you guys can differentiate, so Greg did 2 things for this upcoming Vital Centers, Brainwaves and Vital Centers 2.0 class. He did upgrade the kit. So if you took the Brainwaves and Vital Centers before and had the original kit, that's still great, still very
Mhm.
good.
Mhm.
Just the way Greg's able to do kits now, he did make the regular kit with those Vital Center oils and the Brainwave oils
Mhm.
in the small bottles.
Right.
But for people who really want to work the Vital Centers, they like the big 5 ml bottles because we also did a whole practice, and it's available to you guys to do the 99 aspects of the heart. And so it allows you to kind of keep doing that practice with those brainwave oils.
And then do salt baths or put it on your wrists, or it allows you to go crazy a little bit with the oils. And so I did a thing like when I did the Vital Centers early on where every night I would take a Vital Center bath, and I would just work my way through all 11, and then I'd give it a day or two, and then I'd do it again. Those salt baths were quite nice. I liked them.
And I do just kind of want to make it clear. So if you do get the A+ 5 ml Vital Centers kit, you will need to have other oils still when taking the class. Because
Just for
Greg,
the brainwaves,
for the
right?
brainwaves, and there's the spikenard
Right.
aspect as well. There's just a
Right.
couple processes, and
Right.
and we do include the poplar balsam spray though in
Right.
that kit as well.
Right.
So you won't go wrong with either one. It just kind of what you're wanting.
Yeah.
So yeah, and if you already took the class and you do want the upgraded kit, it's just like buying the class, because those kits it's a $300 plus kit.
And if you look at like how we're talking about degeneration, when I had people who had really serious health issues, like, cancers or serious inflammatory conditions, just anything when the body's like really in a serious health issue. One of the things that would have them work was the Vital Centers. I even had people back in the old days, before we had the PTSD protocols, I would have them do Vital Centers to unwind the effects. And the Vital Centers, it changes like your energy body, but it changes your physiology. And it's tied to how we bring in light, how we're able to go like more inward, like in our spiritual practices and in healing. And it eventually turns into divine love. So it's an aspect of cultivating divine love or loving kindness. And loving kindness isn't just like an idea or a thought or even a behavior. How we're talking about states of the body, like the state of the body produces like the symptoms and your physiology, and will dictate quality and quantity of things. Loving kindness is a state. um yeah, that opens up a can of worms a little bit, but in the Christian tradition, people will identify it with the I am, Like I am that I am. Like when you're saying I am, you're saying I am the soul, right? And when you're saying I am that I am, you're saying the little I am, which is the incarnated soul, is that I am, the higher soul. And the body is just a reflection of the I am, the lower I am. And I don't want to make this complicated, but when you're saying I am, you're identifying with either the incarnated soul or with the higher soul. The incarnated soul has 4 aspects that helps it to develop. You know, an aspect of the will, an aspect of love, an aspect of divine intelligence, and an aspect of also the body itself, you could say. And when we're talking about, degeneration and regeneration, not only is it healing the body, but the acts of regeneration are helping to develop the incarnated soul. And so, in the Christian tradition, when Christ says, I am the truth, I am the life, I am the way, right? There's a lot to unfold there. Right? The teacher talking about whatever, but what he's referring to, I am the truth, I am the life, and I am the way. Those aren't ideas, those aren't behaviors, those aren't concepts, those are actually states within the body, right? Truth is an idea, it's dynamic, but also truth is a state in the body. The life, how we talk about regeneration, you're cultivating that aspect of I am the life. Like, so you're regenerating the body, which also helps with the development of the incarnated soul. And I am the way has to do with the refinement of elements and the refinement of the aspects of will. So will is a byproduct of the state or the condition of the elements in your body. So if the elements are not refined, part of will is the defense mechanisms, like how we're talking about you're being defensive, and so it helps to refine those 4 aspects of will. And so how do we get on the subject?
Vital centers?
Vital centers, right? Vital centers. So vital centers are tied to the loving kindness component, the love aspect. Yeah. Yeah, I started getting very esoteric and going out into outer space. Sorry there. I have to pull myself back in. So anyway, but in all that we do, all the different things that we do, even if I don't talk about it, we're cultivating those 4 states kind of all the time. Some things are more than others. The vital center is definitely the loving kindness component. But if you think about it, like if you're in a place of loving kindness, like not just your emotions, your mind, or this is the way I'm thinking, it's like your body is in that state of loving kindness. When negativity gets projected at you, it doesn't stick. Like not only does it not stick, it bounces back and gets transmuted a little bit. And it's a way of diminishing suffering, not so much about how you think and feel, but because of the environment, like a contamination from the environment. People being aggressive, people being agitated, people being upset, people being insulting, whatever it might be. It is a form of, I wouldn't even call it protection. It's almost like it's a form of transmutation. And so, but anyway, that's just a little side note. But vital centers definitely help with learning, emotional learning, your emotions, the mind, but also the state of the body. Yeah. They also creative processes, your ability to problem solve and innovate.
I've heard mentioned vagal tone.
Mhm.
What is that?
So vagal tone is the rest and repair aspect. It's tied to the vagus nerve, which is one of the cranial nerves. It's the only one that comes out of the head and goes down into, touches the heart, the lungs, and down into the digestive tract. And definitely would influence the urinary tract. And so this is tied usually to rest and repair. And when we are lacking vagal tone, our body just doesn't repair like it should. It doesn't rest like it should. And we tend to be more anxious, more agitated. We don't sleep well, you know. So fight, flight, and rest and repair kind of balance each other. They play off each other. So one loses its tone, it throws the other one in excess, right? The idea of vagal tone is we need vagal tone to be able to sleep well, to repair the body, to recover, to heal, to feel emotionally, mentally more calm, less anxious, and also cognitively process things going on in the environment. When we don't pick up the little pieces of information in the environment, we also, our mind starts to get really fixated and I don't want to say closed-minded, but like everything starts to become like looking through a microscope. And the increase of vagal tone is calming to the body. It relaxes body tension, allows the body to heal, allows your muscles to relax, lets your body repair. It improves dreaming, you know, all those things. It's necessary for good physical, emotional, and mental health, you could say, if you boiled it down.
I work with clients that have a lot of trauma. Would you suggest some of these oils for them right off? Like and this was a question that was asked when you were talking about like the getting people out of the fight flight
Oh, sure.
response, right?
Yeah.
So the symptoms include gut issues, chest tightness, heart is heavy, the awareness of young parts that were shattered into multiple parts, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's definitely stages there. I would do long-term like use of like galbanum or rosemary verbena. Tarragon would probably be very good. I might even lead with tarragon, you know, because tarragon is very good because it's very soothing to the emotional body. And so like when somebody's dealing with past trauma, you know, even though the trauma might be in the past, there's issues in the nervous system, but there's also issues with like potentially getting triggered by stimuli from the environment that might remind them of past traumas and things like that. And so tarragon is also what you would use for shock, you know, and shock is just another way of saying a disturbance in the nervous system. You know, you kind of are not able to process information and you check out a little bit. And so tarragon is actually very good for that. Tarragon will reduce the intensity of pain, not because it's a pain reliever, but because it's so calming to the emotional body. It prevents the emotional body from aggravating pain mechanisms. And I'd say even that's a little bit misunderstood, you know, because people will say like, oh, you know, maybe if you just calm down, it'll be okay. Your body's generating what you would call homeostatic emotion to bring to your attention that there's a there's a potential harm, there's a conflict, like your body's injured, you hurt your back, you rolled your ankle, your body goes into a red alert mode for you to take action. And so as much as you try to calm your mind and your emotions, that's great, but it's your body that is reacting that way. And it's producing a lower emotional response. And so when you're dealing with old traumas like this, there's part of your body that's still experiencing that old trauma. It's, yes, it's in the past, but there's a little bit still left in the body, and it feels like it's happening right here, right now. And the use of tarragon helps to calm those responses in the body so that the person can then, address those things, shift, that they're not just in fight flight, that their nervous system is not imbalanced, because part of their emotions and mind are still reacting to the body, thinking that the trauma is happening right here, right now. And as much as they try to do something with their emotions or mind, it's hard to override the body with that. And so the use of things like tarragon and galbanum are very helpful in situations like that, because it's calming and soothing to the body. And then if they go through and they're processing these things and those emotions rise up, they become less reactive to them, and then they can sit with them, process them, talk them out, whatever it is that needs to be done. And so I would definitely do that. But I would say, for old traumas like this, I really like yarrow. And yarrow does a couple of things. Yarrow, for one, calms down those triggered responses like immediately. Like I use yarrow, not even because I'm getting triggered, but just like, if you think about, like, you're doing something and an obstacle comes up and you're like, ugh, and you get a little, like, I don't know. I don't want to say aggressive, because it's not even that sometimes, but you get a little agitated or something. That's probably the best way to talk about it. And yarrow just calms all that down. Like it just takes it all down a notch. And so sometimes, like, when I'm trying to meet deadlines, I'm not stressed, I'm not upset, I'm not anything, but the stress of the deadline, there's still a little low-grade agitation. And so I'll even take some yarrow, like in a tincture or something, and it just takes everything down a notch. And so then if there's difficulties, I just kind of go with the flow. And it's helpful. Like, it's very helpful in reducing those triggers. But the other thing that's really nice about yarrow is it helps to heal, like, very deep wounds, very deep wounds, be it a physical wound or even a psychological wound. And, in the old days, they used to use yarrow to treat wounds that would come from like swords and, hammers and, all the metal weapons that people would use, because it wasn't just like, oh, the body got traumatized, but it would throw the body in such a state of degeneration that even after the wound might close, the body is still feeling a lot of that degeneration, like the effects of the injury would still continue to manifest internally. And so the idea of yarrow is it helps reduce inflammation, and it helps with not being triggered, but it also diminishes that tendency for the body to degenerate in that area, so that the body can start to repair itself. And like a good example again is like a whiplash. You get into a car accident. With the car accident, you have a set of symptoms, but then if you watch the person over a month or two, different things start hurting, different things start aching, and then they start getting headaches, and then their digestion's off, and then sometimes they have a hard time sleeping, and then after a while they start to have maybe a little bit of high blood pressure, or like arrhythmias, or their pulse goes higher, like all these things keep happening. All of that is because that state of degeneration is continuing to manifest in the state of the body, and it starts to produce other symptoms, right? So the idea is with yarrow, with an emotional or a psychological trauma, that even though it might have been 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 30 years ago, some of that is still manifesting, maybe be like a low grade version of it, but it's still manifesting in the body. And the idea of using the yarrow is it helps to calm the immediate, but also calm and heal the old wounds. So be it that it's physical or psychological, I mean, I personally use yarrow. I don't feel like, oh, this thing happened to me when I was young, or it doesn't matter. Like, you don't even have to evaluate what is it, why is it, who did it. Like, you just go, I just assume that stuff happened in the past and I'm going to heal it. And so you could use that in that way. It could be topical, but like when you're dealing with like a lot of psychological triggers, I do like to take it a little bit internal. The one downside to it is if you're using it daily, use it for about 3 or 4 weeks and then go take a week off. Like, you just take a week off, and the reason being that if you use it every day, after like a couple of months, you start losing the ability to absorb iron, with excessive use, right? So like for me, I don't ever take time off, but I don't always use it every day. Like I'll probably use it 3 or 4 times in a week. And because I don't use it every day, don't have to take the week off. But if somebody's using it daily, I would say use it for 3, 4 weeks and then do a down week of not doing it. And then you can go back on 3, 4 weeks again, and then a down week. And that's well below the thing where the iron absorption starts to diminish. It usually takes 2 or 3 months for that. And so if you do it at 3 or 4 weeks, you're well within parameters, and you won't have that issue. So very good for inflammation in the gut, very good for diverticulitis. It doesn't always have to be physical or emotional wounds. It could be internal inflammations. Yarrow is really good for stopping areas that have excessive bleeding. Like yarrow is the thing that I have people use when they're on heavy blood thinners. I have them keep yarrow in their pocket so that if they get a cut, they're on heavy blood thinners, they have to go to the hospital because that is not going to stop. So yarrow, if you put a bunch of yarrow on it, a lot of times it still takes, a few minutes or whatever, but it usually will stop the bleeding. And so it's a way to deal with fresh wounds, basically. Yeah. And another one that I would put in is an honorable mention with doing that kind of work with your clients is helichrysum. Helichrysum helps to release the traumas of the past and to move past them. Because sometimes we get so traumatized that even when we kind of release the effects of that trauma, we still get a little bit stuck on that because of how impactful that trauma was. And so it's like we get a kind of procrastination in that particular area where we just can't move past that. We can't move out of it. We get a little stuck in it because it was so profound. Helichrysum will help you move out of that, move past it. And so that those two work really well with each other. Yeah.
And the method of application for the helichrysum?
Helichrysum would be inhalation, and you could also do topical, like a few drops on the wrist, a few drops on the heart, but a lot of inhalation. You could take it internal, but I don't know that it really improves anything. I would probably do inhalation, and if they weren't quite responding, like they still had it there, then I'd do a few drops internal, but still heavy on inhalation. Yeah. And then keep me posted on that if you need to augment like in a special situation or an overall approach. Yeah, let me know.
If you have poor sleep one night and then you sleep soundly the next night because you are so tired, did you break even?
That's a good question. I would say yes and no. Like, you know, yes, you're catching up on your sleep and your body's starting to regulate, but at the same time, you still had a little bit of that stress of not sleeping completely that night. And so it will probably take a couple of nights for you to recover from that. But you know, that you get better sleep the next night is a good sign and you're moving in the direction. So I just say, I don't know that you even need to do a lot for that. I mean, it's normal to have like a night every once in a while where you don't sleep very good, you know, for whatever reason. And sometimes they just happen, sometimes it's stress, sometimes it's just, you know, sometimes, you know, if you take a nap in the afternoon and you're not as tired as you need to be to fall asleep, you don't sleep that great that night because you got rest earlier in the day. And so that can happen. And as long as your body's getting rest and goes into the repair state, you're good. But if you were super agitated in that night, it might take a few days for that to unwind. Yeah.
Is there a particular frankincense that is best for inflammation?
All of them would work. I tend to just use regular frankincense for that, but all of them would work. Yeah. The thing that's nice about frankincense, it also will reduce the potential for inflammation in the body, and it will reduce the potential for getting agitated, you know. And agitated isn't always emotional, mental. Your body getting agitated, perfect example of that is allergies. You know, it's not it wouldn't be something you would use specifically like as antihistamine, right? But like over a period of time, if you take a few drops of frankincense every day internally, you tend to react less to environmental factors like pollens and things like this, even foods, and your body won't react quite the same. And basically what you're doing is you're reducing the agitation in the body so that when you get exposed to those things, your body doesn't quite react like it would. And so it can be an important thing to reduce the potential of inflammations and the reduction of agitation in the body. Makes me want to put frankincense on right now. Yeah, who doesn't love some good frankincense? And you know, you can do it topical, like that study that I'm referring to with the reduction of reactivity to the environment. It was 2 or 3 drops taken internally. It was also, they did it with a tincture, and it worked. And so you could also apply it to your body topically and probably produce the same result. But if you're dealing with like you have like a lot of reactivity to things in your environment, basically it's another way of saying you get overstimulated very easily. You know, frankincense can help reduce that. So
Would the Monarda complex be used in place of several of the individual oils?
it depends on what you're trying to do. Monarda complex is very good for being a very strong antiviral, and it does have anti-inflammatory properties to it. You know, one of the oils in that is Melissa. Like there's a lot of Melissa in the Monarda complex, and Melissa by itself is also very anti-inflammatory. It's very fortifying to the nerves, and it's very strengthening to the emotional body, especially the heart center, especially when somebody has like a wounded heart or uh like very like I don't know what the term would be, like soft-hearted, You know what I mean? Like, you know how like sometimes people get their feelings hurt very easily. Like that is can be like a kind of sensitivity and a kind of like soft-heartedness. And the Melissa will strengthen the heart where they still can be sensitive, but the tendency is not um, it's not even so much about getting their feelings hurt. It's almost like it comes in as like a wound, you know, if that makes sense. And so Melissa hopes to cultivate a kind of inner strength. You know, basically Melissa and Menarda does it somewhat by itself as well, but Melissa is a little bit better at that part. It reduces the production of those homeostatic emotions. So things like fears and angers, anxieties, Melissa will diminish those quite substantially. Like one of the best things for anger is even if you're in the middle of a crisis is Melissa. Like it just calms all of that down because a lot of that is from the body. You know, if you think about anger, it's like the body's protecting itself, it's trying to get you to run or fight. You know, the immune system might be overstimulated or hyperreactive, and so your body uses anger to make you fight harder. Like if you think about it from the point of view of the body, you know, we think about it from the point of view of the psyche. But if the body is trying to tell you, hey, run, like run, you got to get away from here. This is super dangerous. You know, instead of it saying into your mind, I should probably run, what does it do? It makes you afraid. Right. And if it makes you afraid, like if you think about it, it's like it's shifting the state of your body so that you start to feel fear. And then you go, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna make a run for it. I shouldn't do this. I should go away from here. Like I'm going to avoid whatever it is, you know. So it's a kind of avoidance behavior that gets stimulated by the emotion. And you know, avoidance behavior in normal everyday life might not be the greatest, but if there's some weird guy standing out at your car at midnight and you're walking out there and there's nobody around, avoidance behavior might be quite healthy. You know what I mean? Like it's like, ugh. But if somebody's standing by your car in a parking lot where there's tons of people and there's cars everywhere, and they might be standing there for the car next to it, and you have that fear response, that might be that's just like an agitated state, like your body is, you know, being hyper vigilant, right? So it calms that down so that when you do need to make a run for it, or you should avoid the situation, you do it appropriately. You don't just avoid everything, right? And then if you need to fight, like if the body goes, you need to stand up and fight for this or whatever, you're going to fight better if you're angry, if you're upset, you know. So if the body perceives harm happening or potential harm coming in, one of the ways that it handles it is it generates anger so that your body goes, put them up, like I'm defending myself, don't hurt me because I'm going to come after you. And so the manifestation of that is anger.
Now, with the Monarda complex, when is the best time to use this?
Doesn't matter. You know, I would say I have two prime times that I like to use oils. I was gonna make the joke when they're in my hand and when they're not in my hand. But it would be, I usually shoot for morning and night, you know, just because during the day you get kind of busy, but you could tailor that one to your schedule. Like it's not going to keep you up. It might even make you sleep a little bit better taking it at night. It's not too overstimulating. In fact, it's somewhat relaxing. You know, anything that has an antiviral component to it usually is stimulating rest and repair. Even if it's not putting you in rest and repair now, it's stimulating the potential of rest and repair. And so Melissa and Menarda both do that quite well. And you could use it at night, you could use it in the morning. It really wouldn't matter. Yeah.
And go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi,
Let's get-
Greg, how are you?
I'm doing
Hi,
good. How about
everybody.
yourself?
Fine. I wanted to ask you something because my grandchild is 9 years old.
Mhm.
And he has allergies. So about the pollen and things like that. And my daughter doesn't want to use the essentials oil because one time I put essentials oil to one of my grandchild. They have like reaction. So now she
Hmm.
doesn't want to use them. She says that they are very sensitive. And she went with a doctor and the doctor told her, don't use them. They are they are not so good. So she doesn't want to put them. What do you do for a child that it's allergic to? What oil do you use and how do you use for that person?
What kind of allergies are we talking about?
She's I think pollen.
Just pollen. So like
I
a
think-
respiratory
Yeah.
allergy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But is she going to use them or not use them? It sounds like she was not going to use them though.
Well, if he smells them, he will use them better if they put it on, maybe with another oil, coconut oil or something, he will want to use them and try again.
Yeah, it would probably be best just to have them inhale it,
Ah.
like for something like that. For a child that age, even Melissa has an antihistamine effect, but with something like that, you could probably get away with like myrtle or green myrtle. You could probably use frankincense.
Okay.
Like that age allergies. Let me just look at this for a second.
Kids for children, okay.
So the ones that I said, and the other one that I would throw in there is larch. Larch isn't necessarily an antihistamine, but like when I look at the child, the myrtle or the green myrtle is very gentle. You could use on a baby. You could use it very, very easily. And so, as adults, like I use myrtle sometimes, just like rub it on the chest or take a bath in myrtle. But it's soothing to the bronchioles and it's relaxing to the diaphragm and things like that. And whenever you relax the bronchioles and the diaphragm, especially in allergy related respiratory issues, the body becomes less reactive. And so those would work, but the larch would probably be even more relaxing to the bronchioles. Now, if the child was younger, like you could probably still use larch, but they'd probably respond better to myrtle. But given that they're 9, you could probably start using a little bit of larch, and you could put it on their body, or you could have them inhale it. That would probably one that, like, if you put in a little bit of coconut oil and then had them, rub it on their abdomen or chest or their back or something, it would probably be quite helpful. The thing with allergies too, though, like even at that age, is I'd use, quercetin, which is a crude form of vitamin C. Regular vitamin C won't last in the body long enough. But when you use quercetin, quercetin is a natural antihistamine. And so it would reduce the allergies quite substantially. And so with that, given that age, probably a tablet, like maybe two or 3 times a day. And it would also be a way to get around, like if she doesn't want to use essential oils, you could get her just to use a supplement from the health food store.
Okay, and for my son-in-law, he has a lot of allergies. All the time he's using he puts things in his nose because he cannot breathe. And I think it's every time the season changes, he has very severe allergies.
Yeah, I allergies, and I would say, like, going back to what we were talking about in the beginning with like the body being in a like a hyper reactive fight flight response. For him, like that's what that looks like. You could still use the quercetin, like, but for him, I'd probably do like 3, that he's having to put stuff in his nose to open up his nose.
Yes.
3 tablets, like 2 to 3 times a day for a little while. And then after things calm down, you could go down to twice, 2 tablets twice a day. But I like the idea of like maybe a rosemary verbena. I would even like larch for him as well, but rosemary verbena would be good long term for calming down that hyperreactivity in the fight flight system. Does he have a really stressful job?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably the issue. And
Ah,
so why the allergies, because like when I was doing corporate work, like sinus issues, high blood pressure, low back pain, and migraines were usually almost always the thing that they were asking me about. And they're all the effects of stress.
yes,
And so,
because he's really nice and he tries to calm himself and he will use anything I will give him and I heal him and everything. But sometimes I see him that he's so desesperated that he goes to the pharmacy and he buys the drops for the nose.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and I say, oh my goodness, this is terrible because it's
Yeah,
not good.
because you're only supposed to use those like 2 or 3 days in a row and then supposed to take a break for a while. And,
Mhm.
we knew somebody who they were using it for like 40 years, like, like every day for 40 years. And, what happens is if you keep using it for every day for a long period of time, it's not that you get addicted to it, but your body starts depending on that's going to happen. And your body, then it starts getting, at first it makes it better, but then long term it makes it worse.
I know.
And so, the more you can get him off of that, the better. Doesn't mean he couldn't use it from time to time, but if he's having to use it daily, that starts to be bad news after a while.
So what can I tell him to buy the oil and he can smell the oil too?
Yeah, I would say for him, smelling the rosemary verbena would be good. If he would take a little bit internal would be better, but if he
Ah,
doesn't want to take it internal, a lot of inhalation and then having put it on his wrist and go like this.
okay.
But you could also tell him it's gonna bring blood to his brain and make his brain work better. And you know what I mean? Like sometimes um if you give them like just some basic reasons why to use it, they might not use it for why you say it, but like sometimes something's important to them, and if it works for that, you go, well, this also works for this, then they'll use it. Like how we use hyssop and rue in times of like conflict and diminishing back and forth between people. When I do corporate work, we'd diffuse hyssop in the board, like in the rooms where they would have the meetings, and people would come in and they'd go, what's that smell? And you'd go, up, it's for colds and flus, preventing colds and flus. And which is true. And people who didn't like the smell or didn't like the oils, as soon as you would tell them it was for colds and flu, they would go, they take a big deep breath. But if we'd say it's so that you guys get along better and you guys don't fight with each other, and it makes it more likely that you'll talk with each other and get along, they would not have anything to do with it. But if you tell them it's colds and flus, they would inhale it and kind of embrace it. And so sometimes, I mean, that's kind of the skill set that comes with treating things sometimes, is just, you're not making stuff up. You're just giving them some motivation to use it. And there's a reason why you want them to use it, but sometimes they might not put value on that. But if it does something else that addresses one of their other issues, which is usually a byproduct of the thing that you're wanting to treat, they might be motivated to do it. And so I like rosemary verbena for him. I do like larch for him as well. Um,
He's very allergic, much more than my grandchild.
is he really?
Yeah.
The other one that I would say for him, which is a little bit out of the box, is sage.
Oh.
I would have him use like Spanish sage, like inhaled, put on his body, because for one, he looks a little depleted. Like, so sage would be strengthening and fortifying to like all his body systems. It would stimulate the body's repair mode, but
Okay.
also his lymphatic system looks stagnant, and it makes, anytime that the lymphatic system is really stagnant, it makes your sensory nerves fire like really rapidly. Like, so it basically makes you hypersensitive. Like, it makes you, like, even chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia are hyperactive sensory nerves. You know, there's other things too, but that's a big component of it. That's what causes the pain, is in fibromyalgia, is the sensory nerves are firing at like 10, 20 times the normal rate.
Mm.
And so it just sends all this information to the brain, like, I'm in pain, rather than just getting, you know, one dose, it gets 20 times the dose of that stimuli. And for him, his body looks like sensitive and hyperreactive. And like you said, he's very allergic, has really chronic allergies. But I would say, you know, we think of allergies as like pollen or food or, you know, molds or grasses or trees or, you know, whatever it is. But sometimes environments can be causing the allergies, or even like a kind of contamination. Like if he's in a office where there's a lot of stress or there's a lot of aggression, even though he might not be that way, the contamination of the energy in the area would actually cause like an allergic kind of reaction. And so people can even develop allergies to hot and cold. You know, like if you see like somebody who, like, they get a little bit of a chill in the morning or something and they start sneezing a whole bunch, that's still kind of an allergic reaction. You know, you get um like an allergy to that sensation almost. It's not that you get an allergy, but you get like an allergic kind of response in the body. And so the one time, just to give an example, one time this lady came and she said like that she had a phobia of being too cold. Like, you know, she goes, you know, I had this really bad experience, and you know, I have this phobia that I get too cold, I'm going to die, or, you know, something bad's going to happen, which, you know, usually is a reflection of some bad experience that happened in the past. And she had done a bunch of work with other healers and other modalities, and even gone to the doctor, and nobody had resolved it. And you know, at first I started contemplating, okay, phobia to the cold, probably a traumatic event. But when I started looking at her, it wasn't that there was a phobia to the cold, but her body had had such a bad experience with the cold that any time that she started to get cold, her body would get super agitated and she would go into like a panicked state. And so I guess you could call that a phobia. But if you look at the mechanics, it's just a state of agitation that the body, like, as soon as it would reach a level of discomfort with the temperature, it would go into that state. So I just treated it like agitation. Like, I just treated it like I used sage and I used jarrow, and completely went away. And the idea is to calm down that agitation so that the body doesn't have the response that then turns into, like, you know, other conditions. And for him, I suspect some of it is something in the environment, the people, the workload, you know, whatever it is. There's something external that keeps stimulating him that's not just pollen. You know, it's not just the standard regular allergens. There's some sort of instability in the environment that causes his body to be hyper reactive. Because really, if you boil it down, if something feels to the body unstable in the environment, it goes on red alert. And then the red alert starts to manifest in different systems in the body or different responses in the body. So when you look at somebody who has like really bad chronic allergies, could be a past event, but it also could be things that are going on, you know, now that are constantly overstimulating the body, that things feel unstable. So if you have like very demanding work or a bunch of people who are stressed out and angry, or, you know, deadlines, and you're not able to meet them, or you're not sure that you're going to be able to meet them, you know. I even at one point was asking Master Choa, you know, because like doing a lot of healings at the time, I would notice that like I would treat like a lot of cancer patients in a you know, short amount of time. Like I would put all the cancer patients like on Thursday and Friday, for example, and then I would notice like I would clean up, I would do salt baths, I would do all those things, but like after doing that a few weeks, I would start having like bad allergies. And so the thing that I asked him was, can like contamination cause allergies? And, you know, when I said that to him, he went, no, 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 no. And then he was quiet for a minute and he goes, well, maybe. And then he was quiet for a little bit longer, and you could see him like he was watching something. And then he goes, it totally does. It totally does.
Yeah.
And so, you know, as a spiritual practitioner doing meditations or like healings all the time, I always tried to stay on top of, you know, the contamination of treating people who are going through difficulties. Like I would treat that quite substantially so that my body became less reactive, but at the same time, you know, tried to manage the contamination that might happen. And over a period of time, contamination stopped having an impact. My body stopped having those reactions to that. And it's tied to like what we're going to be talking about in the plant teachers class, like how you can kind of set these like programs in the body. But you become less reactive if you kind of temper the body and the emotions and the mind in particular ways, which is what that class is about. But if you didn't have that class, like the simpler way to do it is to just like use sage all over the body, and it will calm down some of those reactions, like the frankincense to environmental factors. Sage is probably a little bit better when there's people or stress or aggression or, you know, things of that nature. The sage will calm down the body so the body becomes less reactive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I have another patient that he doesn't sleep well, like he has insomnia, but he all the time has stress, and I think he's not taking a good sleep because I think when he's sleeping, his soul is going to places, and then when he comes back, he's not resting enough. So I try to give him some essences or some oils, but I don't know which one it will be the best for him.
Yeah, that sounds like he's just not getting deep sleep. Like he's
Yes.
sleeping, but he's only probably hitting stage 1 or stage 2.
Mhm.
For him, I would say like mugwort or artemisia, or even inhaling and going back and forth between the two. and that will help stimulate REM, non-REM sleep. And that should be helpful. Plus it activates all the energy centers and helps energy to flow. And you know how like sometimes when there's trauma, or there might be like like sometimes stresses, or that we're starting to get displaced, we're getting pushed out of a place of comfort into something new or different, or good or bad, right? Another way of saying that from an energetic point of view is you're lacking flow through life, or through the workplace, or whatever it might be. And mugwort helps the creative process. It helps open up all the energy channels. It helps to open up the meridians. It helps things flow. And sometimes when we're having insomnia can happen for all kinds of reasons. But for this person, I would say he's trying to hold on to what was, and is not moving into like innovating and doing something different now, or potentially in the future. And so mugwort will help with that. Mugwort will help quite substantially with that. You know, like I give mugwort, like when, you know, I used to do a bunch of work for architects, you know, more helping them with like, you know, clairvoyant observation for managing projects and things. But when they were having like a creative block, you know, they'd want like me to do a healing or something, I just give them a bottle of mugwort. I go, just inhale this a bunch, put a few drops on your chest, you'll be fine. And you know, they wanted the healing, but like sometimes I didn't have the time or something, and so I would just go, just use the mugwort, and like it always resolved the problem. It always resolved it. And so like for that one that's having a hard time sleeping, it won't necessarily help him to fall asleep deeper, but or to fall asleep, but it will help him to go deeper is actually what I'm trying to say. And so if he's falling asleep but not getting deep sleep, things like mugwort. Another thing that can be helpful is St. John's wort, just a little bit right before bed, will help him hold on to like deeper levels of sleep longer. But I don't think he's even getting there. So the mugwort would get him there. And then if he's still having issues, having continue with the mugwort, but then follow up with using some St. John's wort.
Perfect, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And the method of application for the St. John's wort?
Yes,
Couple drops internal.
okay.
Yeah. You know, and if he's having a hard time falling asleep, like things like tarragon, spikenard, vetiver, you know, because they'll relax the body, they'll relax the emotions, the mind. Even if it doesn't completely relax them, it will usually relax them enough to fall asleep. So.
Because he's a person who has everything. He has money, he has health, he has everything. And now he's having a tick that that his eyes are closing and he cannot open them. So I said, you know something, you have a lot of stress. You need to
Wait,
take.
so say that again? Like his eyes are closing and
Yes, his eyes sometimes are closing and he cannot not open them like a normal person. So when he's very stressed, this is happening to me. Like I think he has a reaction of the
he
body.
needs to use tarragon, like that,
Okay.
like tarragon or benzoin. Tarragon, you know, because what's happening is he's getting overwhelmed.
Okay,
Like,
so he has to drink internally drops.
he could do an inhalation, but like
Okay.
maybe for the first few days, I'd even give him a few drops and have him in water and have him drink it, and that would help reduce the overwhelm component. But you're probably going to have to do things in phases for him. But like that right there is, he's super overwhelmed. Yeah, super overwhelmed.
Yeah. He's very, and now he's getting worried that it's coming back, this issue that he has of health. And I
Right.
said, you don't have to worry, you have everything, but you cannot go inside of the body of the people and tell them, wake up. You
Right,
have
right.
everything, right?
But like So like if you think about like what would cause something like that,
Mm-hmm.
is think about like if you get overwhelmed or you get afraid, like you think of an ostrich, like if they stick their head in a hole in the ground, something that's causing them fear, it doesn't cause them fear anymore because they don't see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have some of those same mechanisms. So like if we don't see it, it's not causing us the anxiety or the fear. So it's to the point where he's actually physically, his body is like going, don't look, like shut it down so that it can try to calm itself down. And so Tarragon would be a good place to start.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll probably need other things, but like Tarragon is going to be the thing he uses for a while.
So I buy from you the Tarragon. He uses internally and out
In inhalation. Yeah.
inhale, and then I will let you know how he's doing, and then you will let me know
Perfect.
if he needs another thing, right?
Perfect. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you for
so
your.
And we do have a lot of chat questions still, but we're gonna run this, guys, in case you're just arrived. Like we do our Tuesday Q&A where the people whose hands are raised or unmuted, we do answer those first. So go ahead, Peggy.
Hey.
Hi, y'all. Thank you so much. This is great. It's over now, but I was this summer, it's like my heat tolerance stopped at 80 degrees. At 80 degrees, 81 degrees, my face would turn red, really heat symptoms. Is there anything that will help that for next?
So the body would get flush, like you would have a lot of like redness in the face, redness in the body.
Yeah, it was heat.
And what about sweating? Did your body sweat like on the forehead, on the abdomen, like abnormal amount of sweating?
Not abnormal, but it was a nice sweat. Yeah.
Okay, and at 80 degrees it would sweat?
80 degrees, red face, heat.
And what about other symptoms? Any other symptoms? Like
Uh,
did your jaws get tight or was there body tension? Did you not sleep?
no, it's just when I was out, it was 80 degrees. It was like my body said, ah, it's 80. And I would have to, yeah, I would almost have to sit down and just breathe through it. Like I walk in the gardens a lot and I, check the temperature and everything, but sometimes it would accidentally turn 80 and I'd be out in the garden, botanical gardens. And it was like, all right, you've got to sit down, breathe it through. And I always carry water with me. So, drink extra water.
And do you ever get like hot flashes or anything like that, even without that heat?
No, not. No, it was specifically.
I would come back to I would come back to there's that oil anise.
I've got some.
Okay, so I would take 2 or 3 drops in water, like kind of daily for a little while. And the issue being that like sometimes the nervous system's okay, but things can start to cause a disturbance in the nervous system, in the autonomic nervous system, which is fight, flight, rest, and repair. And it can cause a series of weird symptoms, and one of them being flushing, another one being like even if the temperature is not hot enough, you'll start to perspire like on the abdomen or on the forehead. I mean, it can happen all over the body, but I mean down there in the south, you guys have a lot of humidity, so 80,
Yeah.
and other places might not be very hot, but down there it might be enough to start to produce like sweating. But I would treat it as an autonomic disturbance. And so regular use of the anise, like you could do inhalation, but still at least a few drops in water daily. And over like a little bit of time, that should reduce. If it doesn't, we can try something different, but I think that's probably enough to reduce that particular issue.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah.
I think we're done with those temperatures until next year, but I thought,
I would still treat it because it means that there's some glitch in the nervous system somewhere. So I'd just treat it now. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can do that. And the other thing is I have something that's almost like poison ivy internally, and I have an itch like on my tummy, and then ultimately it'll come out into a rash. But and I've tried helichrysum and I've tried tea tree.
Wait, say that again.
It's it's almost like internal poison ivy that breaks out every once in a while. And it's
Internal
strictly
poison
an itch. Yeah, it's like an itch that starts happening, and then ultimately it'll come into a rash. And then I've been using either helichrysum or
what's the rash look like?
it's pink, and
Is it raised? Is it flat?
pink, kind of raised, and then it ends up like little dots, and it'll scab over and go away. So it's almost like
How often does that happen?
It will start and it will last for 2 or 3 weeks, and then it will go away, and then it
Yeah.
will back.
That sounds like shingles.
But it's just an itch.
Yeah, that's how
Well-
shingles starts.
Okay, so what do you do?
I would use L-lysine. Go to the health food store, get like L-lysine, like the biggest dosage that they have, and take 2 or 3 of those a day, and do that for a while. Yeah, but it sounds like that might even be a little bit of a glitch with the heat. It's associated with the nervous system, but it's a virus, and so the virus could be throwing off the nervous system. Still take the anise, but I would add the L-lysine. I mean, you could use, like, we have a little thing that you could use for shingles, that you could use topically, but the L-lysine honestly will probably knock it out. And even if you have like an outbreak, like double the dosage in the day, like take it in the morning and in the evening. Like right now you're trying to do prevention, but like if you had that thing happening again, I would take it in the morning and the evening. And like the use of Ravensara could be helpful, both on the body and internal, to help reduce that. But you might get away with just L-lysine. Yeah.
And how much? No problem getting it. Health food stores all around, but how much? Again, the dosage to
I get the strongest they have, and then I take a couple, 2 or 3 a day.
okay.
Yeah.
Once a day?
Yeah, once a day, unless you're having an outbreak, then you do it 2 or 3 times a day.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
so welcome.
wondering about that,
Mhm.
but there's no, thank goodness, there's no pain or anything. So,
Good.
yeah, good. And the L-lysine should just knock it out.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically almost everybody has that in their body, but it's in like remission. And so what happens is it comes out of remission, and then it surfaces, and then eventually it goes back into remission again. And so the L-lysine will just keep it in remission, potentially.
You keep taking the L-lysine
After a while, I'd calm it down for a little while, but I would take it for a little bit since you've had a series of outbreaks. I would take it for a while just to calm and get that body part of the body working better. And then after that, you could just use it like when you start to feel that itch and you start to feel that coming up, then you could dose it. But I would probably take it for a few months. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 months. And then after that, just as needed. But that will probably, I mean, I think the thing with the heat and that are actually related somewhat.
Oh, won't that be nice?
Yeah.
If I can make it to 85, I'll just, I'll just be happy. Okay, well, I'm done. I'm happy. I'm going away now.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're so
And then go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey, it was great to see you this week.
Yeah, it was good to see you a couple days ago. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well, I have quite a few questions. Some of them are about pain, but I can wait on that. I want to stay on the same topic of
Sure.
body getting hot, body getting cold.
Mhm.
So I have the opposite thing. My body gets cold really easily.
Okay.
My hands, like right now, it's not even cold here. It was colder this morning. Now it's not so bad. My hands are cold. My feet are cold. And also I noticed I get pins and needles every now and then, especially on my back, my legs a little bit. It gets
Like
agitated.
when you're getting pins and needle when you get cold, or it seems to
I
be
so I've been kind of, because we talked about that before, but I realized that it tends to happen when the weather gets a little bit colder or when my body is a little bit colder. Like this week, all of a sudden, it started last week a little bit. This week has been a little bit worse.
okay.
And I've been doing, inhaling spikenard, doing the anabolic state things.
For sure.
I've been using peppermint a lot because we talked about that, and it also helps with the other pains that I've been experiencing.
Mhm.
Nerve help. I use sage, Spanish sage on a regular basis, body tonic. So I don't know. Oh, and I
Okay,
even
so your body is getting cold, especially the hands and the feet. And is that like during the day when you wake up, at night, all the time?
like right now, my hands are not freezing, but they're cold. My feet also. During the night, the pins and needles gets worse. Like last night was really bad. I even tried using, because we talked about the cold feet. I tried using saffron mixed with
Mhm.
Tagetes,
Mhm.
because I have the body tonic of saffron. I have the ointment Tagetes. I mix it in my hand and I applied it. I don't think it's doing anything.
Okay.
I'm using spikenard on my feet every night. It's been an issue. It's not like a recent thing, the getting cold. It's been an issue for many years
For a
now.
long time. Like
And
how
then
long? 10 years,
oh,
20 years?
I can't. It's always been a joke that my hands are cold, and cold hands, warm heart. A few years ago during COVID, when COVID started, I got hives, and I did a bunch of tests. Everything was fine. They're like, "Oh, it's stress related." Then I realized that when I get really cold, when the cold gets into my body,
Mhm.
I think it was potentially related to that. Like my body gets so agitated. Now I'm like interpreting it in a different way. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, let me just look something up here real quick. And there's no other symptoms that you really like kind of come up.
No, I mean, I
Like,
have, you know,
not
the
like when you
other,
get super tired or when you're
no, it's that, and my body kind of tenses, and I'm just not, I guess I'm overall more agitated and kind of annoyed because I mean, the hands and feet are not on a regular basis. I'm kind of used to that, but the pins and needles really gets me kind of agitated because it's not a comfortable feeling, and I'm not sure really how to treat that. Um, when it's really cold outside, the feet freeze. Like I can sometimes don't feel my toes, but that's when it's getting really cold. And they change colors too sometimes.
they change, like they turn a little bluish.
Yeah. But that's when it's really cold, not when the weather is like.
And like remind me, I don't remember. Do you have any sort of autoimmune issue?
No. And I used to be anemic years ago, but I treated that and I'm fine.
And you know that you're not anemic now. Like you've been
I,
tested
and I
in the last
haven't
couple of years.
tested in a while, but I think I checked it. I checked it at some point and I was fine. Like I used to take iron, I don't anymore. Because overall I'm fine. I'm not tired. I get stuff done. Not at all. Like I don't have any of the other.
So like we like look at the factors. So like I'm just gonna like kind of walk ourselves through this. So I mean, one level you could say it's some sort of circulation issue. So we look at things like you know not necessarily poor circulation, but there are certain conditions that impact the blood vessels. And so, what's that one? Raynaud's. But if you've had it for a long time, I would think that somebody would have caught that if that was
And
it.
so, yeah, because when I got the hives, they did a series of tests to check for all kinds of stuff
And
just
they
to be able
checked
to.
autoimmune issues as well.
Yes, yeah. They
Okay.
checked all of that stuff.
So,
Oh, and the circulation is kind of an issue because I have veins on my legs. It's been like an ongoing thing as well. And when I get bruised, it changes colors and it stays there for a while.
do you bruise easily?
Mm, yeah, that's again, ever since I was a kid, like my dad would
Okay.
take me and
So I would say somehow, like how we talk about like for allergies you would use like quercetin. I don't know that you necessarily need to use quercetin. I mean,
I
you
take it
could,
daily.
but like I'd still like increase like vitamin C levels in the body a little bit, like maybe through your foods or you know um things that are just high in vitamin C. um I mean, I don't think it's going to resolve it, but it might help, especially since you have a little bit of vein issues already. Anytime you have vein issues, vitamin C would be a thing. B12, because you're also vegetarian, right?
Yeah.
So like I'd use like you can do regular B12, but I find that sometimes the body doesn't always process it well. And so there's a methylated form of B12 called God, I'm like blanking. I want to say it's methylcobalamin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, methylcobalamin. And I mean, I'd either do that or you know how like sometimes you can go to those IV places. They'll give you like a
Yeah.
B12 shot.
Yeah.
I get B12 shots. I don't get them a lot, but like if I have an opportunity to get a B12 shot, I should get one.
Mm-hmm.
Like somewhere, and they're like, "Hey, B12 shots, $10." Like
Yeah.
dropping my pants, like hit me with that shot. You know, especially being vegetarian, we're very susceptible to B12 deficiencies.
Yeah.
And so
So
there's that
that's
component. And you don't have any blood sugar issues, you don't have diabetes or anything like that.
no, nothing like that. And quercetin I actually take, I'm on 500 milligrams a day or so because I take it twice a day. I take vitamin C. A B12, when I actually did tests a few years ago, it was actually high.
Okay.
But
And you were having that issue even back then.
Having cold hands, I don't remember when I didn't have the issue. Like I feel
Okay.
like I always used to get cold very easily. Like I always have like a scarf and or some kind of a top in my
Mhm,
bag.
mhm. So, and what about uh guess we have those issues. Water intake. How's your water intake?
Yeah, okay, now that's not great.
Okay, that's where I'd start. Like the sometimes cold hands and feet can be a byproduct of like low grade dehydration. And even the thing that's a little bit difficult with that is like sometimes you might even be drinking enough, but your body is not like utilizing the water well. And so that actually could cause a little bit of the cold hands and feet. And so, you know, increasing water doesn't always resolve it, but you could try increasing water, you know, to offset the dehydration. But one of the other things is like that oil Schizandra. Schizandra will offset dehydration and help your body utilize the liquids more. So even if you don't increase water intake and you use Schizandra, it would actually still almost work like you increased your water intake. You know, it will hydrate the mucous membranes, but it also has an impact on the blood vessels and things like that. And so you might want to try that. Again, it won't be like immediate, like you'll have to do it for a little while, but
So with
it's good
that,
for a lot of different reasons.
right.
But, you know, mucous membranes and all those kinds of things. It also will help improve sleep. But I mean, I would explore that.
So
The other thing that I would say is, you know, going back to the idea of what we were talking about at the beginning of the day with the hyperreactive part of the fight flight system, kind of fits with the hives. It kind of fits with like cold hands and feet. Um, and we know that you don't have a thyroid issue, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no, because
So,
even back then they checked that. And with
okay.
the Shizandra, I've been doing it. Actually, I took it last night, but I've been on and off. So you would just
Yeah,
what stay
you
on
would have
that
to
for a
be
while.
consistent for a while. Yeah, you would have to be
Once
consistent.
once a
Yeah,
day.
you like once a day. It doesn't have to be like, because you're treating more of like a function in the body rather than a symptom. And so you're just trying to nudge, these functions to improving what they do. And so just like, even if you skip a day here and there, still just try to take it as consistent as you can for a while.
Yeah,
And like, I definitely 2 or 3 drops at a time,
yeah.
And so the other thing is I would say work on trying to reduce the hyperreactivity of that fight flight system. And given like, last weekend you were talking about like the neck and the shoulder,
That's still
they're
going
not
on.
really
So that
related.
was the next
Yeah, they're not really related, but
later.
then when you start to go, well, this is going on and that's going on and this is going on and that's going on, when you start to have like a laundry list of things, most likely there's like a glitch in the nervous system. Like, your body starts going into like a deeper level of a degenerative state. And you did have a history of a pretty decent car accident. And so, you're saying that like that cold hand and feet was before that, but if you already had the problem, it is going to make it a little bit worse. You know what I mean? It's like it might not be the cause of it, but it's definitely not helping, and it might be even exaggerating it. And so the more that you work at tempering that hyper reactive or hyper vigilant fight flight response, you know, because one of the ways that that could be, it could be some low grade anxieties, some low grade like fears that are not really conscious, but they're unconscious, you know, because most anxiety is biological. Like it's your body.
Mhm.
I mean, it can happen in the emotions in the mind, but most of it is in the body. Like it really is more of a body issue than anything. And so, you know, if you had some low grade agitation or stimulation in that area over a period of time, it would manifest as vein issues, it would manifest as circulation issues, it could manifest as a respiratory issue. You could get like hives, you know, all those things kind of fall within those parameters. And so, you know, we think of like the vagal tone is helpful, but sometimes the tone in that sympathetic part of the nervous system or the fight flight system will actually still make like the system almost like hyper reactive, you know. And I would address that, like rosemary verbenin taken over a period of time, that for Fraser used topically over a period of time. I've used Petitgrin. I like Petitgrin, but whenever I think of that for myself, like I always go rosemary verbenin. And it's just because like in medical aromatherapy, like the physicians that would go through and they would do testing, the thing that they would talk about the most when you have like all these different symptoms manifesting, and that that part of the nervous system was like hyper reactive or hyper vigilant, the thing that they wrote about the most was always rosemary verbenin. And again, it's not like a quick fix, but like over a period of time, you'll just notice that the symptoms start calming down and they become easier to treat. They become more responsive to treatment. And, you know, some situations, the symptoms might respond immediately. And there's some times where symptoms take a while to unresolve, you know, to not unresolved, but
Yeah.
to resolve. Right? I don't know where unresolved came from, but like it just takes a while for them to diminish, and so over a period of time, I would say rosemary is going to be good for that. Rosemary is also good for circulation, the rosemary verbenin, and it's also good for the brain, like it increases circulation to the brain. And so when you look at the idea of circulation, sometimes it's not so much like blood moving up, say from the limbs, for example. We see it as like not enough blood is getting to the area, but sometimes it's not that it's the old blood is not moving out fast enough. And so you're not getting new blood there. Like you're not getting that circuit of circulation happening quite like it should. And you know, if you wanted to enhance it, vetiver on the arms and legs, it's still cooling, but it would help. But I would say let's lean on the idea of rosemary verbenin internally for a little while.
I've been actually taking that internally for a little while. I'm on my
For how long?
I'm on my second bottle now. So I guess maybe a month or so.
Yeah,
I'm
it's still
doing
taking
that.
for a while.
Okay.
It's going to take a little while.
I'm
Yeah.
also doing mental steel.
Mhm.
And I mean, and I'm taking, you know, galbanum, and I went back to doing I'm doing a little bit more of the black cumin the last couple of days, because I just got the new bottle. I'm like, okay, maybe because of all my pains and stuff in the last few days. So I take that regularly. We even tried to do at some point frankincense and myrrh that didn't do much.
Didn't do much. How long did you take that?
The frankincense and myrrh, I took it for a little bit and just something felt off with it. I didn't even finish the bottle at the time. I don't know what was like. My body was reacting to a lot of different things in the time, so I kind of stopped. Not sure what was. I am taking frankincense now daily. I started again, and myrrh is needed for pains. So I take them, but
But the
separately.
combination of frankincense and myrrh made you feel like
I don't. I'm not sure. I can try that again. I'm not sure what it was.
But what was making,
I
what
d-
was happening that made you feel like you needed this?
at the time, like my body was reacting to, I wasn't sure what it was. I ended up with some issues, I think, with my eyes and a few other things. Like the body wasn't happy, and it felt like, I don't know, something didn't feel like it was resonating with my body for some reason. But if it feels like it's a good
But what does
step,
that mean? Like you just had like a feeling it didn't feel good, or
I can't remember what it was, but I remembered it wasn't like I took it and I don't know, like the body seemed to be like not as happy.
so what one of the
But
things that has to do with regulating like body temperature. So here we're talking about the hands and the feet, but does your whole body get cold?
yeah, it
Just but the
depends though.
hands and feet get colder.
It depends though, because right now I'm sitting here, I'm actually getting kind of warm, but I can feel my feet cold and my hands are not warm. So it's mainly that. So I can get that even if my body's not cold. But usually when it's getting a little bit colder, then yeah, then my body is when it tenses up.
Hmm. I mean, because one issue could also be like an adrenal issue.
Yeah, which is what you mentioned before.
Yeah, rosemary verbena would still be good for the adrenals. You know, the thing with frankincense and myrrh, you know, it's making me wonder if it's not the endocrine system. Because the frankincense and myrrh would hit the hypothalamus, and one of the things the hypothalamus does is regulate body temperature. And you know, you would be changing or shifting when you work the glands, when you work the hypothalamus. Part of what happens is slowly the glands begin to shift and change. But if your body is in like defense mode, that change is not going to feel comfortable. You know what I mean? And so I still would say let's stick to what we're talking about. Let's have you take the rosemary verbena for a while. But I think we'll come back around to that frankincense and myrrh, because one of the best ways to stimulate the function of the hypothalamus is frankincense and myrrh. And that would make the glands change, you know, like improve their function. But it happens very slowly. Like the glands change slower than anything else. And if you're breaking out of a pattern there, and the hyperreactivity of the fight flight system was there, like any sort of shift or change would feel really uncomfortable. And so I think we're dealing actually with two things that overlap, but there's two things. One is we got to reduce the hyperreactivity in the fight flight system, and then when that gets relatively regulated, then to start using the frankincense and myrrh again to start shifting the whole endocrine system to functioning better, and which means it changes its communications. It changes like how each of the glands behave a little bit. And like if you think about it like this, like if the hyper reactivity of the fight flight system is there, your body's kind of on lockdown. Any sort of shift or change in the body, it's like how we talk about like your shoulders up, and then over a period of time your head adjusts, and then you go, okay, let's change the shoulder and let's relax the shoulder. The body's like, no, this is the way we are now. Like it fights it, right? Because it doesn't want any sort of change. And so it can happen in any of the systems in the body. And like that, just kind of the way we're talking about it right now, I think there's a hyper reactivity in the fight flight system. And given just the little bit that I know about you with the car accident, that could do it. Like, but if there's other things too from the past, that also could do it.
Yeah.
And then when that calms down, then there is probably some glandular issue that it's not like it's producing a health issue, but they're still not quite functioning like they should. you know, they're a little bit off, which is most people. Like, you know, that's very common. But if it's the hypothalamus, it will start making the body more reactive to temperature, and it will also make the body potentially cold or excessively hot, or
Mhm.
and so, but I would say let's put that on the back burner for just a little bit, treat the nervous
Okay.
system, and then come
Yeah.
around to it when the body can handle that shift.
Yeah, because and again, that was like a few months ago, and I was in a different place, and now I've
Mhm.
been doing, you know, so much work in the last few months that it's and also a lot of the emotional stuff, because in addition to the physical things, there's been very heavy emotional stuff throughout the years, and
And
that's
you don't
been,
have to give me details, but was there some like significant traumas, like things in the past?
yeah.
Yeah. Let's do the nervous system work. Yeah, I like that even more now.
Okay.
Um,
So okay.
and do you still feel a little traumatized by those things in the past, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Even
Um,
when I think, even when I think that I don't, I actually do.
yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
Yeah,
we all got it.
yeah.
You know, just like a month or two ago, like something came up that I thought was completely resolved, and I was like all emotional about it. I was like, I thought this was done. I thought I had moved past it, but apparently I hadn't, you know. And so, you know, I did some work around it, but you know, still given, you know, that work with like yarrow and his helichrysum, things like that, just to kind of keep releasing some of those things from the past, because sometimes the old traumas are what keeps the nervous system in that holding pattern. And so
Mhm.
just the more, and it's not even the memory of it. It's not like, oh, my mind goes there or my emotions goes there. It's like the body remembers. And
Mhm.
it's like so one of the ways, like if you're having a hard time, like you're working it, but it doesn't feel like things are flushing, you know, for those old traumas, use some cistus. Like cistus will kind of bring it up into the conscious awareness
Mhm.
more, and then you can flush it out more. And then you bring it
Yeah.
out of the body again, and then you flush it out. You would still use the helichrysum to flush it out, but but the but the body releasing those things from the unconscious, sometimes cistus is super helpful to that.
And
You know,
it's funny,
I have this,
yesterday,
yeah, I have this buddy who's a medical aromatherapist, like he's been around for ages. And um, you know, back in the day when aromatherapy, medical aromatherapy first came to the US, he was in that first wave out of Europe. And he tells me this story where um he had a bunch of cistus hydrosol, and he had like the tail end of some cistus in you know, his big bottle that you know, we get from the distillers. And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna do a salt bath, and he just dumped it all in the thing, because he was like, yeah, just might as well use it or whatever. And he just put a crazy amount in, and you know, bigger than what we would do in normal salt baths and everything. And he goes, yeah, I had nightmares, all the things, all the unresolved issues from my past all came into my mind. He goes, now I know what I have to work on in therapy, because it was all in my dreams that night, you know. And we kind of laughed about it, but he was like, man, you got to respect cistus. You know, we use it where it comes up like in small dosages so that it can be cleared. Like he did way too much. And but it just shows the power of cistus. Like it brings those things out of the unconscious to be like flushed out. And you know, part of the unconscious is, you know, functions in the body, you know.
Mhm.
And so I wouldn't say work cistus all the time, but like from time to time do a little cistus and then follow it with some helichrysum or something.
Okay, wait 1 second. Miguel, I think needed something. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. You're back, Greg.
Okay. So yeah, that's so
Um,
how I would
okay, and it's,
how would I would
yes,
address that.
and it's,
And you know,
yeah.
there's not going to be a It's not going to be like a set clear path, like do this for 30 days and do this. It's almost like dancing. You're just unwinding something. So you kind of use the helichrysum, then you use a little cistus, then you use the helichrysum again. You're taking the rosemary verbena, and you're using the Schizandra to, because even Schizandra would help in processing traumatic things, because it's going to push you deeper into sleep mode. And so you go through and you kind of unwind all this, and then eventually there's a bit of a shift, but the main goal, the main target, we might get there a couple of different ways, is to calm down that fight, flight, defense mechanism in the body.
And and it's interesting. Yesterday, some things actually came up that I don't even know where they came from. And at night, I was like, "Well, I haven't used Cistus, so I actually did have a rollerball."
Oh,
I was
good,
like,
good
"Well,
for you.
let's do Cistus." So
Yeah, check you out.
yeah.
Good instinct.
And then really, so for the Cistus, you would do either internally, like this spagyric or the oil, or topically.
Yeah, you could do it internal, you could do it topical, you could do inhalation. I mean, I love the way Cistus smells, so I'm always like, even if I do it internal, I'm like, I love me some Cistus. So
and the helichrysum you would do, because I do actually helichrysum internally daily. I don't know if
I would still do inhalation with that. And I like the idea of, you don't necessarily have to go back and reflect on the past traumatic events, but I would just reflect on things going on in your life now, because a lot of times there's a little bit of a reflection of those old traumatic events and now. And if something really needs to get resolved, it will start to arise in your mind, and you can go back and recall that memory and inhale it. But you don't necessarily have to stimulate and go like, back to that traumatic event. Just start with here and now, and then whatever comes up, just kind of follow it.
And go with a pattern on that?
What's that?
Do a certain pattern with the helichrysum?
I would just do reflections, like the pattern being like just the reflections. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then still in the same thing, when we talked about the cold feet, and I remember Ralph mentioned that as well, that he gets really cold feet. Is there anything that can be helpful?
Yeah, it's like what we were talking about, like with the Schizandra, with the
but in addition, is there anything topically that you think can be?
It's more of a state of the body. So like you'll have to, I mean, you could try different things, but like if the saffron didn't work and those other things didn't work, then you're just gonna have to double down on the things internal. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll go over all of these, and then the pain questions I'll do later on.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to spend a big portion on pain either today.
I figured, so I'm going to wait with these. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So how about we've been talking for a little bit. We'll take a little break. We'll come back on the half hour, and we'll still talk for a little bit before we break for lunch. So we'll keep this momentum up, but we'll come back on the half hour. So I'll see you again in 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and go back, and we'll answer questions a little bit longer before we break for lunch. So let's go ahead and fire away.
Just 1 second, guys. Let me get our translator. You're good. Okay, just making sure. And go ahead, Sonia, then Troy, then Denise.
Hey, Sonia.
Oh, I think I need to make it so you can unmute yourself. That was my bad. Give me 1 second.
Or is it now
Perfect.
open?
Yep.
Lolly was talking about COVID, and COVID has propylene glycol in it, plastic, a petroleum product. And here where I live,
what are we talking about?
The COVID vaccine. Lolly was talking before about the COVID vaccine.
Oh, okay.
That she got some reaction. And it has propylene glycol in, which is a plastic, and some people get a reaction to it. And here, some of the medical it asks before they give it whether you have a reaction to petroleum products or propylene.
Mm,
Petroleum products combine with heat, including body heat, and give off a toxic gas. And like polyester and acrylics and all that.
mhm.
But in medications, you can get an allergic reaction to it, but you can get a toxic reaction to it. Or you can get
Okay.
both kinds of reactions to it. And
Okay, well, thanks for sharing.
the what is it? The vitamin C helps throw out toxins. And for nobody can process vitamin B12 or B2. Your body has to change it to a usable form, but some people have a methylation genetic problem, or like MTHFR, where they can't change it over to a usable form, like methylcobalamin or D3. And then the B vitamins and vitamin A don't work without zinc. So about 22 milligrams of zinc picolinate or zinc glycinate work to help with that.
Okay, well, thanks. That's good.
There's another, you were talking
Okay.
about B6. There is a genetic anomaly where you process it out of your system faster than you can absorb it. And there is a certain B6 that's more absorbable. I can get the name of it if you want it.
Okay, well, thanks. Thanks for sharing.
And then go ahead, Troy, then Denise.
Hey, Troy.
Let me make it so the volume is good here. Go ahead, Troy.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I'll just kind of start. I'm not sure exactly the question is, but having like some of the soreness issues with the shoulder
Okay.
still, and I don't know what possessed me to do this, but I have been running every day for today's 33 days.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing a few different things like with vitamins and magnesium and stuff, but feeling just kind of stiff and sore.
Stiff all over or just that shoulder?
The shoulder's the worst part of it. I guess my hammies are the next. Hamstrings are just pretty tight. I'm not doing like super crazy distances. I'm just trying to like get out
I
there
get it.
and
Being
swing belt.
active. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, sure. I mean, you always were running, and then you had that series of foot injuries and things, and so like I'm sure you've been kind of chomping at the bit to get back to
Yeah.
stuff, and so like I get it. You know that's the thing. Like even athletes, they're usually nursing something. You know what I mean? It's not always like I feel amazing and I'm gonna go out for a run. It's like, okay, I'm gonna bandage up this knee and I'm gonna do this and that and whatever.
Right.
And so how are your calves? Like, are your calves real tight? Do you cramp?
They're getting tighter. First like 2 weeks, I was like, couldn't believe how fresh I felt every day. And the first 2 weeks, my mileage was higher. I was averaging like 3 to 7 miles. But
Okay.
the last
That's
2
great.
weeks, I'm dipping and I'm trying to just get really slow and just be able to get out there and kind of trot around for a mile or two.
And how's your breathing? Is the breathing doing okay?
Breathing's shallow, kind of irregular.
I would like the stiffness is probably a byproduct of the breath. I mean, it could be a byproduct of other things as well, but that you're having a little bit of like you said, little shallowness, little respiratory distress a little bit, that's going to increase the body tension and like cause the muscles to like cramp up or tense up. And so I would say do you have large?
I do have some March, yes.
Yeah, let's have you inhale, but I would even go a step further and put like several drops like on your chest and abdomen, and even put like a few drops in your hand, like 5 or 6 maybe, and then rub it on your calves. And it's not going to be so much about taking the tension out of your calves, but it would be about like reducing like that state in the body that is causing everything to like tense up. And do you also grind your teeth at night or like clench your
Yes.
jaws? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think like let's maybe just do a process right now. Like you know, I said we weren't going to do a whole lot of processes, but let's pull out your larch. And if you don't have larch, let's try like hyssop, frankincense, even if you had lavender, like some sort of spruce or Sitka.
Maybe try that and see.
Myrtle. Yeah. Let's see if you have those. And if you don't have those, we'll come up with something else. But let's just see if you have any of those.
I think we're good.
I think we're good. Okay. So first, let's start with the brain. You're going to inhale. Your awareness is on your brain. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. Your awareness is on the brain. Just even that feels good, yeah. Which one? And then move your awareness to your neck, like all the way around your neck, the front, the sides, the back. Your awareness is on your whole neck. And let's drop into the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. You're still on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause for a second. Go to the bottom of the ribs. Your awareness is on the bottom of the ribs. So basically you're working the diaphragm. And then take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still putting your awareness on the bottom of your rib cage. Now drop down to that low back area. Where do you feel tension in your low back? Especially close to the spine. Wherever you feel it, start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go to the calves. Your awareness is on your calves. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Frustrating. Is that nappy nap time? By the way, nappy nap time. I was talking to Samantha because she's melting into the couch. How's it feeling to you? Yeah. Mm. Mm. And just be still. And I would say, maybe we'll cycle through and do this again. But I know we're trying to do some things before lunch, but I thought let's just tap into that a little bit. And Troy, how did that make your body feel?
I'm sorry, what language are you speaking?
I think you and Samantha should start a club because she was like, "Whoa." And it's like what she was saying is like every spot kind of did something different in her body. And you know how it's like sometimes we do meditation and we'll go put your awareness on your feet, and you put your awareness on your feet and you start taking off. It's like when you relax the feet and those calves, a lot of times the rest of your body will really start to unwind. And so that's why like I use my calves as an indicator of like I'm getting a little wound up, or I'm not going to be sleeping good. And so it's not so much like cramping or something, but there's like a tension that gets down there. And so you could like even just trying to like say fall asleep at night, you could just take like large or frankincense or whatever you're using and just inhale with your awareness on your calves, and you'll notice that oh boy, you start to kind of fall asleep because like if the calves relax, the rest of the body will relax. And so the calves, there's a deeper muscle. It's not the muscle that you see. Like if you look at somebody's calf, it's the gastrocnemius. But there's a muscle right under that called the soleus or soleus, however you want to say it. And that's the one that when it gets wound up, it's like just tension everywhere, but it will cause actually grinding of the teeth, like bruxing, clenching of the jaw. And so, things in the jaw and the neck all contributed to that as well. But if you relax the calves, a lot of times the body relaxes. So, going to those areas, life will kick us into overdrive again. But if you have the ability to kind of keep taking yourself back into that deeper state of like a repair mode, and like so I put this under the heading of, I don't know, there's not really a name for it. I call it like metabolic instability. And all that means is like your system just becomes like more more reactive. Like you know how like emotionally we might get triggered. Our body does that too. Our body does it more than anything else. Like things will just get triggered, and so like things will tighten up. The adrenals will activate, and it has nothing to do with an emotional state or a mental state. It just has to do with like the level or degree of we're in defense mode, or there's lack of tone of that fight flight response. And so at some point it just reaches this like tipping point and your body gets reactive. And I would say my late teens to late 20s, I was in that state all the time. Like I had no idea, but all the time. Looking back, it's like that's exactly what that was. And I was really prone to injuries. I was really prone to health issues. I was really prone to all kinds of things. But I noticed that when I pulled myself out of that, my injuries were always like crashes. I'd get into accidents. I'd drop something on my foot. I'd bang something in the car. It was always like weird things that I don't want to say was like self-induced, but kind of. But it really is like prone to, like when our body becomes more hyper reactive. Sometimes things just happen together in a clump. It happens. But whenever like I see something like that, it's like, oh, let's just, in case that is happening, let's just calm it down, right? And I don't think that's what was happening when you injured your foot that couple of times, but just in case, like that's the way I'd like to treat it. And you do have some of the body tension, like where the body tenses up, and so usually reducing like tension in the bronchioles will a lot of times do that. But this is like taking the relaxation of the bronchioles like even farther, where you're like, okay, we're going to relax the bronchioles, but we're going to also relax the neck and the low back and the calves and even the brain somewhat. And a little bit later today, we're going to do this whole process, at least talk about it, but for the people, we'll pull together oils to do it. But we're going to do a 4-step process of unwinding the jaw as well. And, a jaw being another place, like I'm always working on my jaws. And I don't feel that I have tight jaws until I do that therapy. And then I'm like, a bunch of tension came out of my jaws. I didn't realize my jaws were tight. And, I get like trigger point therapy from time to time. And so at one point when I was doing all this work, I asked the therapist, I go, can we work on the jaws? Like, is that like, like I can manually go through and do it myself, but it's a little bit better sometimes when somebody else does it. And he goes, okay, open up your mouth. And I opened up my mouth and he goes, no, all the way. And I go, that is all the way. And he was quiet for a minute and he goes, that's only about 50% range of motion. I was like, nah, really? And he goes, yeah, like open it up as far as it can go. I go, it is. And so like as we did therapy and I did more of the unwinding, like I got way more range of motion in my jaw. I had no idea. And so sometimes we have these issues in these areas, but we really don't know it until it starts to shift or change, until it like unwinds a little bit. And so I would say maybe for a little bit, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, just at the end of the day, do this little process and unwind the body. And over a period of time, let's see how this treats you. I think it will decrease like your body tension. It will help relax the jaw somewhat. It will help with tension in the legs and in the back. I think it would help the shoulder unwind a little bit. And it's not going to be the cure for everything, but it's like one of those things that is a good contributing factor to all those things.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. I would actually even, now that I'm thinking this out, we were going to do this process for the jaw. I'm even thinking that maybe this is even part of the jaw thing. Like I love doing this part. Ugh, it feels so good. Man, I use Larch for this, and I'll, go down through the whole body. I'll even start putting my attention on areas of the body where there's an ache or a pain or potential for an ache or pain, like, old injury site, just to kind of keep the body like in that less reactive state, because injuries make your body super reactive. Um, so yeah.
Well, I've got a lot of them, and I started to
Yeah.
kind of drift off, but then the shoulder kind of brought me back.
Let's actually add this to the mix. So let's do that. So everybody that we were just doing it, put your awareness on an area of your body where there's an issue. So for Troy, he's got a little bit of a shoulder issue. You could put your awareness there, especially after you've done the whole thing. You start with the brain and then the neck and then the lungs and the diaphragm, the low back, and then the calves. Now let's go to one of our problem spots. So wherever that is, you're putting your awareness on that problem spot, and then just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Let's revisit those calves. Put your awareness on the calves again. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now let's go to another spot, another compromised area in your body, whatever that might be. A shoulder or hip, a back, your sinuses, your head. And then just be still. We're going to do one more little spot before we end with it. Your awareness is on your jaws where they hinge in front of the ear. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay. And let's let that go. And so if you want to share how it felt, you can, but also we can just keep taking more questions, but you can see how that unwinds the body. And if you do it consistently, for a week or 2 weeks, or, for me, when I feel I need it, I try to do it for 30 days. I rarely make it that far, but I try. But I usually start feeling so much better that I don't even do the full 30 days. But yeah, so you ask questions or you can ask other questions. Go ahead and fire away.
Greg, this
Hey,
is
Peggy.
hi.
Hey,
I wanted to, well, actually, that was very helpful. And I'm finding with physical therapy that I'm getting more sore. And I think that in a way it's overworking. She went right to the area where the pain has been, okay,
I would
without
say,
working on my feet or my hamstrings. And they're
Right.
just like as tight as can be and unhappy.
I would say physical therapy is usually never pleasant.
Oh.
Like that you get a little sore, a little worked, or I had some surgeries back, in my early 20s, and back then, they were different with pain meds, and the physical therapist used to tell me, take your pain meds before you come because I'm working you. Like it's not going to be pleasant. And then I go, aren't we supposed to feel better after physical therapy? Like, I always feel a little bit worse after physical therapy. And they go, yeah, you feel better eventually.
Yeah.
But like you're targeting those spots. And so it's kind of, excuse me, it's kind of normal that you get a little sore or you don't feel good after physical therapy. It's very, very normal.
But at the same time, I have had like 3 foot surgeries in my life.
Mhm.
So my feet aren't the most like stable. All right.
Mhm.
And I think that could be part of what's kind of causing the stuff even up in the hip. Do you know what I mean? And the
Oh yeah, very, very well
right.
could be. Sure.
And the hamstrings are so tight. So no matter what, I guess just as we've worked, it's kind of made me realize maybe I just need to on my own start kind of loosening up, working my feet and my hamstrings. And then of course
So
this
we're-
session
we're-
we just did
right, like
nails it.
so yeah, that unwinds that. And sometimes the hamstrings, like if you look at the hamstrings, are usually tied to adrenal hyperreactivity, like
Oh, wow.
the adrenals and the hamstrings. Like I have tight hamstrings as well. And like I put things on the hamstrings themselves that are antispasmodic, like marjoram or terebinth or something like that. But like doing something like this, or calming down the defense mode or the fight flight mode in the body, is also helpful. Like there's not like a magic bullet for it where you can go, oh, if I do this, the hamstrings will completely unwind. But they're more like a reflection of things going on in the body. And so the more that you just unwind these things, it helps to take some of that tension out of the body. What's really good for the hamstrings too sometimes is wintergreen. Like you put wintergreen on the hamstrings, because wintergreen will tackle really tough, chronic, long-standing like tension and like cramping is not the right word, but like kind of cramping tendencies in an area. And so you could actually even use wintergreen on that area.
With that birch complex that's coming in.
Yeah,
work?
birch has a bunch of wintergreen in it. Yes.
Excellent. I'll use that one that comes in as well. And I
Perfect.
have marjoram and I think I might have the other one, but
Yeah.
thank you. I just, what's really tightened everything up is the pain.
Yeah.
The pain is just, and it's made it really unpleasant. Boy, I can see why people get really grumpy with pain.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
And I
I
have no
agree.
energy. You know what I mean? It wears me
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're
I
so
appreciate
welcome.
your help.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
So, going back, kind of wrapping up what you were saying about the shingles thing, because it hit me all, woo, you're right. So do I still need the anise for the heat tolerance, or should I try
Yeah.
the L-lysine?
No, it would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay, so that and the L-lysine. And is there anything topical to put on the rash when it itches?
We have that blend that we make. I think we even call it like shingles.
called shingles something.
Yeah, shingle something, like I can't remember.
Robert will post it
Yeah,
again for
Robert will,
us. He
okay.
posted it.
Robert
So
will,
you can put that on it. Neem can, that herb oil neem,
yeah,
you can put it on there to help resolve it. The issue with it is helpful, but it's pretty stinky. And so, like if you're gonna do it, because I've used neem, like I had a breakout of shingles, I don't know, a few years ago. I took L-lysine and I rubbed neem on it, and I got it to go away in about 48 hours. But yeah, anything those clothes touched, like the t-shirt I was wearing smelled like neem, and even after I washed it, it smelled still like neem. Like it was reduced, but it was like, so like I have my neem shirt that we have set aside that if I ever have to use it again, but I mean it will not, the scent won't come out. And so like I throw that out there for people, but sometimes the scent is so overwhelming that I don't know that not everybody uses it. And I get why. I mean, the scent is just crazy strong and it's a pretty weird smell. And so between the two, yeah. Whichever,
okay.
yeah.
And
The blend that we have for shingles doesn't have neem in it. So it's for like the pain, if there's pain and itching and all that, but
okay, and going back to smells, totally separate question, but my nose cannot figure out what is in the joint relief blend. I smell it and I love it, but I can't figure out what it is.
let me look it up here.
Please.
So joint relief is rosemary, cedar, petitgrain, black pepper, birch, frankincense, terebinth, thyme, cade, and kunzea.
No wonder I couldn't figure out
Yeah.
what the primary scent of it is. Okay,
I mean, cade's a pretty strong scent. It's got a little bit of that smoky scent, and birch is a
What?
pretty strong scent. All the other ones, they're like more of a medium note, but that cade and the birch can be a little bit overwhelming to the other scents. But I blended it more for the effect rather than the scent, and so that cade came out as like being a little bit more dominant. I was like, oh well,
I think it's the cade, the smoky, and I love it.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
it wasn't familiar. So great.
Yeah. Cade, Cade's a big part of Glory of Lebanon too. Like in Glory of Lebanon's Nootka, Cade, and Fir Balsam. But Nootka has somewhat of a smoky scent, but Cade is super smoky.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you.
So
So we have a bunch of questions in chat. I don't know, do you want to just start firing those off?
yeah, let's go ahead and start working our way down those. Maybe just for 5 or 10 minutes and then we'll break for lunch.
Let me go from where I left off. I think, okay, I have a 10-year-old child I am working with that has gotten a lot of warts. She got rid of all of them with some medication recommended by her MD, but there is one on her nose that will not go away. Any suggestions for essential oil for her to apply?
I would apply either tea tree to that like a couple of times a day, or thuja or thuya, however you want to say it. But between the two, thuja is probably a little bit stronger, but that it's a child and on the face, tea tree might be a better choice. There have been times where I've used lemon on a wart. It's much slower. The issue being that it's on the nose. If you put lemon there, it might turn a color like when exposed to the sun. And so I would still probably not do lemon. And you could have the person do lemon internally, but the thuja or the tea tree applied topically like neat on that spot will be helpful. But I would say even after the wart, like sometimes the wart will go away and then it comes back, and then it goes away and comes back. And so like there's still a little bit of like the seed of it in that area. And so even after the wart kind of goes away and you don't see it anymore, I would still treat that area for a little bit. And thuja works really well on skin tags, those little things that they look a little bit like a mole, but different. But if you put thuja on those, usually with like what, in about a week to 2 weeks, the skin tag will dry up and fall off. Usually about a couple weeks.
Yeah, a couple weeks at least, but yeah.
Yeah, it might take a little longer
depending
sometimes.
on-
If they're real big, it might take longer. If they're real small, it happens even quicker. So
Would the Monarda complex be used in place of several of the individual oils?
or what are we trying to treat?
Well, that's kind of their second question. When best to use this?
Monarda complex is made to be antiviral and to help stimulate the immune system in dealing with viruses.
So they said, yeah, for dealing with a virus.
Yeah, for that, it would be good.
What is the difference between mental still and memory support? I have a client who has had multiple brain surgeries for brain cancer and is 10 years out from the last surgery. The client has short-term memory issues and tires easily. Should I suggest to use of both or just one of them?
I would actually just do memory support. The memory support is going to increase blood flow and stimulate cognitive functions of the mind. And the mental steel is more about just when the body's in a degenerative state, but also that the person's fatiguing somewhat. You might want to think about using like cinnamon or thyme or peppermint internally, just like a couple of drops a day, because part of that there's some level or degree of fatigue, and all of those stimulate body's processes. And so given everything that they've gone through, we want to jumpstart body's processes, but also strengthen the brain and the cognitive function. So you can go right to the memory support.
What would you say the top 3 big hitters of the nervous system are?
Top 3 of the nervous system. So are we targeting the whole nervous system, just the autonomic function? Like what are we looking for?
Balance in the whole.
Balance in the whole system. Lemongrass would be one. Galbanum would be one. We're talking central nervous system. Sometimes it's balanced, but sometimes the central nervous system becomes agitated. And so we have to have the ability to like kind of calm down the central nervous system. And so I'd say the third one is maybe a tie between spikenard and kava kava. Or that's calming down and like an over agitated, overstimulated part of the nervous system. But That doesn't mean that that's going to necessarily be like a cure-all for everything, but just in a general way. A lot of times with the nervous system is you want to also target the parts of the nervous system that are being an issue. Like if you're trying to address fight flight or rest and repair, treating the whole nervous system will have some impact, but it will be much smaller than targeting that specific area. So there's no magic bullet for just treating everything and then having everything fall into place. I mean, there's things that you would treat for the whole system, but a lot of times you go specifically to that area. Now with the glands, for example, sometimes treating the whole system is better than treating specifics or doing a combination. But the nervous system reacts much faster. It's a much quicker communicator with the environment and the stimuli. So a lot of times you have to go specifically to the spot. But in general, those are ones that could be used.
What would be the method of application?
It depends on what you're treating. Yeah, it depends on what you're treating. Yeah. Like if you're trying to address something, let us know what it is. But you're just thinking like in general, inhalation could be okay. Topical application could be okay. But it depends on what you're trying to target and what's going on.
Is yarrow antiviral?
Somewhat. Yeah. Not as antiviral as like bay laurel or monarda or melissa, but it has some antiviral properties to it. You know, I don't know that I'd even say it makes it into the top 10 or 15 for antiviral oils for me, but it has some qualities to it.
Could Greg talk more about immune support? Do we need to make it a spray to use it? Is it for preventative only? How, when, and where on the body do we use the roller ball?
So immune support is before, during, and after. Like it's super antiviral, so you could use it before to prevent, but in the middle of like a cold or flu, you could use it. I mean, it's antibacterial, but it's much heavier on the antiviral properties. And then afterwards, it still is strengthening to the body and helps with undoing the effects that the virus had on the body. And so it's one of the more antiviral combinations, like Monarda complex is, but any sort of viral issue or compromised immune system, you could use it for that. You can use it in a spray, you can use it from the bottle and just inhale. If you use a roller ball, I would just put a little bit on your wrist or a little bit on your chest so that you're inhaling it, and you call that good.
When do we use the Thieves body tonic? This was the same person talking about the immune support, so.
Yeah. I would say same way. Like you would use it for prevention, but even like during, and then to help with recovery, you could use it after. So you could use the Thieves by itself, you could use immune support and Thieves together, even the mental steel and Thieves together, because they're all super antiviral. Like if I had to choose, I'd probably, like if you're trying to prevent a cold or flu or during, or try to do cleanup afterwards, I'd probably do the Thieves with the immune support. But if you didn't have that and you had one of the other ones, I'd use one of the other ones. Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty good. But if you're splitting hairs, immune support combined with the Thieves is pretty right on the money.
Would you share more about Texas cedar and its best use and application?
Texas cedar compared just to other cedars, or not sure.
Is there a difference?
They're different cedars have different scents and they have some slightly different qualities, but I mean, not enough to make it a big thing between them. Like when I'm looking more for energetic qualities or properties, I tend to go with the Taiwanese or the Japanese or the Himalayan cedars. But good workhorses are things like Atlas cedar. Atlas cedar is like what they used to call, or at least the closest to like the cedars of Lebanon or in the Lebanese cedar. But all the other cedars, they're slightly different, but they all have very, very similar properties. And so sometimes you can do it because you like the scent or something like that, but all the cedars are relatively straightforward in that way.
Greg, it
Yeah.
was Denise that asked about
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
Hi, and it was it came, I think, in one of the kits, and I've
Sure.
always just wondered what Texas cedar was about, how
Yeah.
I could best use it or become familiar with it.
Yeah. Like you would use it like how you would use cedars. So
Any of the cedars then, but
yeah.
I know you mentioned a lot of the Atlas cedar and the Himalayan one a lot in, in
Mhm.
going through the Q&A. But not often this Texas, so I've been kind of
Yeah,
just
it's right in there with those other ones. Yeah.
great. Okay,
Yeah, same idea. Yeah.
thank you.
You're so
Greg was talking about frankincense. So if someone is more reactive to a situation, will it be helpful and how to use it?
the situation, like give me an idea of what the situation is. Like, is it like with a person or a thing, or just like being outside?
Day to day with person.
People? It would help, but I would probably use more like yarrow for that. Day to day with a person too. I might even use,
They also just put situations as well.
yeah. Okay. I would probably use yarrow. You know what else I would probably use with that as well is throwing a curveball. I would use the Blue Lotus tincture. And the reason for that is the Blue Lotus tincture is very calming to some of the instinctive responses and parts of the mind. So it allows you to stay in like a more neutral place when you're dealing with things that are agitating. Yarrow would be a way like when you're feeling agitated and you're trying to quiet down, but if you're trying to prevent those things from happening, or even if you're a little bit in an agitated state, using that blue lotus tincture would calm down the mind and make you more cognitive, so that when these situations happening, being more cognitive also means not reactive, not emotional, like you just kind of sit and like process it out. And yeah, I would do that.
What would be the method of application for both of those?
Blue Lotus tincture, I would take internal. And what did I say? The yarrow, I would do the tincture or the essential oil, and again, internal. The yarrow, you could also inhale if you had the essential oil. You could do that way, but I find that taking it internal is much more calming and soothing, especially when you're in a crisis. Now, if there's anger and agitation, Melissa would be the thing to do. Or even if there's like some anxiety or fear, Melissa would be the thing that would have the tempering effect there.
And how many drops?
Do a dropper full. If you're using the essential oil, like 2 to 3 drops.
To clarify, when to take Monarda and when to take Monarda complex?
Well, I would say it's an either or. Monarda is antiviral. Monarda complex is Monarda with other oils to be antiviral. And so it has Melissa and some other things that are antiviral. So whichever one you have, that's what I would use. And then you either take it in the morning, evening. You could use it before, colds and flus, or even during. And so again, it would help your body deal with that because of its antiviral properties. I like the idea of the complex just because it's going to have a much more calming and soothing effect on the emotions of the body and things like that, and be a little bit more fortifying. But either way, you're in good shape.
Really quick back to the spagyric, like yarrow, Melissa, or Blue Lotus, I think is what it was, right? Was that the other? Can you take all three together?
Yeah, give yourself like a few minutes in between, but you could take them all, sure. We call that, for me, I call that breakfast.
Is Ravensara good for exhaustion?
It can be. One of the best things for exhaustion, things like thyme and cinnamon, even sage can be very good for exhaustion. But absinthium is one of the best ways to fortify the body over a period of time due to exhaustion. But Ravensara is also fortifying. Yeah, it's a trained treatment. So in that realm, all of those are kind of good choices. Thyme linalool, thyme thuyonol is also a way to fortify the body in a way that's very gentle but very strengthening at the same time. And sometimes I even use Melissa as a way to fortify the body. And it's not so much that it's for fatigue, but just like when you get worn down, it's like it's fortifying because it also helps you to sleep better as well. Things that are also fortifying to the body are the big trees. So firs, spruces, cedars, pine, anything like that is also very fortifying to the body.
What would the method of application be?
Inhalation or topical. Melissa, I take internal. Thyme, I would take internal. Cinnamon, I would take internal. In water, of course. But like sage, just topical. Like sage I use for people who are in the middle of a chronic fatigue like crisis, when they're just so exhausted. So I have them just put the body tonic on, and a lot of times in a single application or two, they pull out of that crisis. So it can be very fortifying.
How do I use the saffron body tonic? How many drops and how often?
How many drops? It's a body tonic, so it's not so much about drops. You just put a little bit in your hand and then you rub it on the area, wherever you want. It's very good antispasmodic. It's very good for like grounding and physicalizing energy. It's relaxing to the low back. So relaxing to the spine, but especially the low back. Yeah, so.
Any oil suggestion for snoring and for good eyesight or general care for eye health?
Essential oils aren't the best for eyes. Best to do like things like herbs and some supplements. There's a supplement called MacuHealth that's like the nutrients needed for the eyes. The essential oil that I would use for the eyes would be Schizandra taken internally. The eyes degenerate when they become like drier, like they need a lot of moisture. And Schizandra helps to moisturize the mucous membranes in the eyes. And so if you have like dry eyes or your eyes are degenerating a little bit, one of the things like the eye doctors will do, some of the eye doctors, I should say, but I knew this like top eye doctor down in Southern California. And, he would do all the cataracts and LASIKs and everything. And he had really good results with people getting better at a much faster rate. And so one time we were chatting about it and I said, what's your secret? What's your magic bullet? And he was like, hydrating the eyes, having people put drops in their eyes. And so, we started talking about Schizandra, and that was a little too weird for him, but it's the same idea. Like hydrating the eyes constantly keeps the eyes from degenerating at a more rapid rate. And so, there's of course there's other factors, but if you were to say like, what could I do to help fortify the eyes? keeping them as moist as possible. So either with drops or taking in Shazandra internally, 2-3 drops, 1 to 2 times a day. The MacuHealth, and yeah, I think that's good there. And then what was the other question? You know what?
So just to make sure, they said she has reading glasses. So it's the same thing. I'm just asking to help them clarify. They're asking for the eye health because she has reading glasses.
Reading glasses are quite normal as you get older. Like you can hydrate them a bunch, but I mean, the eyesight does start to diminish a little bit as you get older. You might not be able to undo that, but you can stop maybe the progression a little bit. But also some of that's just genetic, you know. Like we kind of tease and joke around here because you know, if we have a friend who turns 43, we give them eyeglasses as a gag. In Europe, they refer to the reading glasses as 43s. And the reason being that when you turn the age 43 is usually when you start needing the reading glasses because, you know, your eyes up close starts to diminish. And so, you know, you still try to do the things you can to keep the eyes as strong, but it's kind of normal to have the need for at least readers as you get a little bit older.
And then the second question was for snoring really loud.
Snoring really loud, like you want to take tension out of the neck. There's not a magic bullet there, but you want to like reduce tension in the bronchioles, and you want to loosen up the neck as much as you can. So something on the neck like lantana or spikenard, vetiver, something that's relaxing to the nerves and the muscles of the neck. And then using something like larch or hyssop, especially right before you go to bed. But it can be a physical blockage, but as the neck tightens up, it creates less space for you to breathe. And even if there's anatomical blockages that are causing the snoring, when the neck becomes tighter, it becomes worse. So the thing that you try to do is open up the neck as much as possible and then deepen the breath. So the things that relax the muscles of the neck, and then things that deepen the breath.
Can we use oils on a diffuser, in a diffuser?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, some things are going to work better than others. The things that are heavy and thick tend to clog up diffusers. But you know, the diffusers work well for a lot of things. And so I would say, you know, use things, you know, depending on what you're trying to do in the environment and everything, but working with essential oils in the diffuser, it's a way to just put it in the air, put it in the environment, but not having it in your face all the time. So, yeah.
I have circulation issues in the cold season. My hands and feet are cold, even with warm blankets. What oil can I use?
Again, no magic bullet. That could be all kinds of things. We were just kind of doing that a little bit earlier. So I would say those things that we were discussing with Lolly about, you know, cold hands and feet. If you just want to try to increase circulation and keep the body warm, you know, taking things like thyme or cinnamon internally, topically black pepper is used to treat like when the body gets really cold. It's a way to increase circulation. So topically, you could do something like that as a body tonic, or you know, an ointment, or just even a little bit of neat application if your skin can handle that. So you could try that.
I think that's all the ones in the chat, so I think that was great.
So how about we'll break for lunch and we'll come back, let's see, at 3. In 10 to, if we do an hour and a half, it would be 3:30, 3:20. We'll come back at 3:20. So I'll see you at 3:20 Central Time, an hour and a half, and we'll We'll probably do a process after lunch. Question popped up over lunch. Let's go ahead and address it, but otherwise we're going to do a little bit of a protocol. And as we do this protocol, we're going to talk it through.
I don't see any typed into chat.
Okay, then let me find my. Okay, I don't see the minor, but I remember it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to work on the jaw. And the jaw is usually a reflection of multiple things going on in the body, not just tight muscles in your jaw or spasms in the jaw. And so we're going to come at it in a multifaceted way. So first off, just open and close your jaw. Notice how it feels. And move it side to side. Now, the jaw is a very adaptive joint. It reflects other things. It reflects things going in the body in other places, right? So if you sit there and just are calm and your shoulders are all relaxed and everything, notice how your bottom jaw fits into the upper part of the jaw. You know, basically how the teeth kind of fit with each other. You know, just notice how there's contact. And then with that, elevate one of your shoulders about 3 inches or so. As you elevate that for 3 inches, what happens to the jaw? What happens to the way the teeth touch each other? You can feel it changing, right? And if you rotate your shoulder forward, how did your jaws do? And then if you pull your shoulder back, still elevated, but back, what happens to your shoulder? I mean your jaw. So you can see as you change positions, your jaw is always adjusting, adapting, right? So that's just with body alignment. When we're in defense mode, when we're in a hyperreactive fight-flight response, the jaws tend to clench as well. Now, as the jaws tense, things happen. Your forehead overactivates, your jaw minors overactivate, your solar plexus front and back overactivate, and your Ming Men overactivates. Another way of saying this is you become hypersensitive, hyperreactive, both physically and psychologically. So the issue with tight jaws is it's actually even considered a sleep disorder, you know, because it throws off the sleep, it disturbs the sleep. So we want to unwind these things so that the body's in a more relaxed state, you feel better, you don't have the headaches, but you also become less hyperreactive or hypersensitive. So the very first thing is let's choose from some oils. Those oils that we talked about at the very beginning. Lemongrass is usually what I use here. So lemongrass, You could use rosemary verbena, you could use fir Fraser, you could use tarragon, you could use ravensara, you could even use anise. Let's have you pull out one of those oils. And if you don't have one of those, we'll give you a couple more choices, but let's see what you got.
You seem fine for
Okay.
choices.
So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to target the jaw itself, right? So your awareness is on the jaws where they hinge, right in front of the ear. So almost equal to where the ear canal is, but in front. You're going to focus in on this area on both sides. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your jaws, the jaw minors.
Asking lemongrass complex.
Yeah, sure. That would work. Lemongrass complex would work. Yeah. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still inhaling, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now, if you put your hand like this on the side of your head, right? So you're touching the whole side of your head here, right? Now open and close your mouth. You can feel there's movement up here in the side of your head, right? So your jaws are not just here, but the muscles that move the jaws are also in the temporalis muscle, which is this muscle on the side of your head like this. So put your awareness on the sides of your head and begin inhaling. I think I want to do which one did I use? No, it's okay. Maybe I'll take a look. You're still inhaling with your awareness on the temples, but the whole side of your head, more than just the temples, the temporalis. And then just pause and let go. Pause and be still. Now, your awareness is on your brain. Inhale with your awareness on your brain. That's fine on your. Mm. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness from your brain to the neck, the front, sides, and back of your neck. Oh boy, it's weird. Now your awareness is on your neck, front, sides, and back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the neck. Move to the front solar plexus. So that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Again. Mm. Your front solar plexus, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid-back area below your shoulder blades. Now move down to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then go to your low back, the backside of your navel, known as the Meng Men. And then pause and be still. Oh, that's good, yeah. Relaxing. How's the jaw feel already? Yeah, it takes a while. Right, right. Again, this isn't a magic bullet. It is, you're unwinding more than just the tension of your jaw. You're unwinding like the nervous system and even some of the endocrine functions a little bit, calming the adrenals. So you're doing a lot with what we're doing here. It's not something that you'll do once and go. You have to do it over and over again. Even when you do physical manipulation on the jaw, soft tissue work, it's usually a series of things because the nervous system, like the defensive mechanisms in the body, you really can feel them in the jaws. And so we want to calm that down, right? So we just did it with, the oils that we talked about. Now we're going to do another oil. We're going to follow kind of similar processes, but the ones that did the class last weekend, the chakra class, you have a blend in your kit called jaw minor chakras. But for those of you that didn't do the class, galbanum would work really well. You don't have galbanum, other choices would be myrrh, would be spikenard, valerian, vetiver.
So I wrote those were B choices, the myrrh, spikenard, valerian, or were those more A minus choices?
Yeah, they're A minus. Like all of those are pretty like relatively A choices, you could say. Like a B choice would be lavender.
We might be okay.
Yeah, let's see what you have in those.
is because the A+ choices would be jaw minor chakras or
Or galbanum, yeah. Galbanum is what I use. I travel with my little jaw miner, like, I travel with my little chakra kit, but I don't know. I usually have galbanum in my pocket, so I just pull it out and start inhaling it right then and there. So you're inhaling with whatever one you're using. And your awareness again is on the jaws, the jaw minors. You're still on the jaws. You're still inhaling. Move it to the whole temporalis, the whole side of your head. And then just be still for a moment. Just be still. Now do your neck. Awareness is on the front, sides, and back of your neck. Down to your solar plexus, the front solar plexus, below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area below your ribs.
And then just pause for a moment. Pause and be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your low back, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
And then just pause and be still. Check in with your jaw. How's it feeling? Your jaw. It's helping. Yeah. Okay, so the next part is we're going to unwind the effects of trauma on the body. And so I'm going to lay out choices, and if you don't have one, we'll come up with something. But helichrysum, poplar balsam, St. John's wort, angelica seed, or angelica, either way. Benzoin, rose, tuberose, or jasmine. Let's see if you have one of those, and if not, we'll come up with options. No, we don't.
Yeah, I think we're good.
We're good? Okay. So you have one of those oils. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the jaws. That same pattern. Jaw minors. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the whole side of your head. And the whole neck, front, sides, and back. Your awareness is on the whole neck. And then the front solar plexus, below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Your awareness is on the solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the back solar, mid back area, below the ribs. And then your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are at. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then the low back area. Mm. Yeah, low back, backside of your navel. Just pause and be still. Open and close your jaws a little bit. How's yours feeling? Mm. And we want to do one last one. So you could use the blend Violet Healer or marjoram, larch, or hyssop. You also could do frankincense. Let's see what you have. Think we're good. Okay, so let's go ahead. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your jaws. Your jaws where they hinge. Another one you could use here, by the way, is mugwort. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the temporalis area, that whole side of your head. Move your awareness to the whole neck. Front, sides, and back.
The front solar area below the ribs. The back solar plexus. The mid-back area below your shoulder blades. The sex chakra.
Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back area, the back side of the navel. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. So let's check on your jaws. How does that feel? Open and close them. Notice how relaxed you feel. You can see as the jaws unwind, you can see why it's referred to as a sleep disorder, like a sleep issue. Let's go ahead and share your experience, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Let's go ahead and process this.
Go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi. I have a lot of problems with my neck. Like I told you before that I am like with torticollis, and I feel like always is like it's very stiff and it hurts, and it's in this part of like in this part that it's with the how do you say, the back of the brain or the scutellum that goes into the neck, And I have a lot of problems with my teeth right now, you know, they are falling down. I eat something and they break. So I think I have a lot of problems with my teeth that they have to do with stress or with things that I haven't been working. So what can you tell me about that? Do you think this will work for me?
That's a different issue. I mean, it's
Okay.
helpful, but the muscle in that area that you're talking about on the backside of your neck is a thing called the levator scapula. And so you would have to work the neck and the shoulder. Best to use something like vetiver or spikenard would work, but also things that are antispasmodic, even like that birch complex, terebinth would work, where you want to work that whole area from here all the way down to the shoulder blade. That the teeth are what's happening with your teeth? They're breaking.
Like I'm eating something and they are breaking, they are falling apart. So I'm not having bone anymore. So I've been having a lot of operations in my mouth. And I don't know if it's because of stress but I don't have bone.
Yeah.
I have a lot of issues in the mouth right now.
You know, how we talked about the degenerative state, like at the beginning of the day, I would treat that, but I would also use things like lemon, use like a lot of lemon, because a lot of times when you see like breaking of the teeth and stuff, your body is doesn't have like enough minerals and things in the body. And so if the gums are spongy and the teeth are loose, you want to do things like cypress on the gums. But when they're just breaking, that a lot of times can be a reflection of not enough minerals in the body. And so what happens is your body starts robbing minerals from other places, and will start to make the teeth a little bit like fragile. So
Yeah,
take minerals and then take like lemon to also help normalize the mineral levels in the body.
the problem is that I eat very bad and I don't eat fruits, no vegetables, and I don't drink too much water. And I think, you know, I have the problems, you know, because of my, you know, of my eating, but I never had any problems. And now I'm having a lot of problems in my mouth. And I feel the stress here that goes back into my neck. But always I have that pain in my back of the neck. So I don't know what else to do. I put a peppermint there, and I put lemongrass, and I put marjoram, and I don't know what else to put on.
Again, it's a state of degeneration that's in the body, and you need to
Okay.
unwind that state of degeneration, that thing we talked about at the beginning of the day. Just treating the
I
symptom
wasn't here,
is
so
not,
Mhm.
yeah, we talked about it for the morning. Is maybe like
Okay, no worries. I will ask Miguel, no worries.
yeah. Like we'll be posting the video, so I would watch that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Thank you so much.
And you can type in your shares if you'd like as well. I know I had some things type into chat as well. I just want to get some of these. Go ahead, Lolly, then Dan.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey. So, I mean, that was lovely. I loved all the parts of it. And I dropped I dropped quite a few of the bottles a few times, which was lovely. So the area feels looser, like the gums, they feel looser. At the same time, when I'm moving it, I mean, I still hear the popping. I have like a constant popping in my ear. It's still there, but it feels like I have more movement. It feels like maybe the neck is a little bit better. So for that, it helped. So I'm wondering about a couple of things. I mean, because I have issues with my jaw. It didn't help the other couple of pains that have going on. But so for me, would that be beneficial to do like what every few days, every day? I mean, it's
I like to unwind the jaw, it's going to take some consistent work because it's not just some spasms in the jaw. You know, you're unwinding a lot of different things, the nervous system
yeah.
and things like that. And so I would say 3 times a week, but like every week for a few weeks, you know, maybe longer if there's a long standing. The jaw being uneven and clicking is because it's out of alignment. And so even if you put it back into alignment, the jaw being tense can just pop it right back out again. So I would say, you know, there's exercises that you can do to put it back into alignment, but if the jaw is wound up like that, you want to just keep on winding it before you even attempt that stuff. Because if you attempt it right off the bat, a lot of times it just makes the jaw more sore. And so I would unwind for a while and then eventually go back and treat that. And keep in mind, you know, it's like how Paulina was saying, like she's got pain in her neck and shoulder, is body misalignments will also manifest in the jaw. And so it does unwind the jaw, but if you know you have a hip or a shoulder issue or even a little bit of a neck issue, I mean, it will help unwind that somewhat, but you know, you're unwinding something that's a byproduct of the state of the body. And so, you know, you're addressing the symptoms and you're addressing the state somewhat. But if the body's in a very degenerative state, you know, those things that we talked about in the morning and in some of the past classes, you know, just diminishing that defense mechanism to a certain extent is helpful. You know, just chasing after a symptom, a lot of times it can produce a result, but I always find that it doesn't produce a long lasting result, but it's how we think about things in the West. And so, you know, it's always like, I always think of chasing after symptoms as like a short-term strategy. And a lot of times we think of it as, we do something and the symptom goes away, but really what we're trying to do is treat the state of the body. You're trying to condition it in a way that's very different than what's been happening. And so that takes a little while. That takes a little consistency in treatment.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, and I'm doing, you know, all the other things. And I'm also constantly doing massages with marjoram. I also, the last few days, I've been kind of alternating, doing a little bit of the lactic acid flush on the inside of the gums and a little bit even with ginger, because it feels like it's releasing it a little bit more. I'm doing constantly cypress. So I'm doing all of those. So I'll just add this one as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then I have a couple of questions about other pains. Should I wait with these questions? What's better?
Let me see. Like, do we have a lot of questions about the jaw?
Dan has his hand raised.
Let's do the jaws.
Okay, so let's do that and then I'll come back. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Greg. Boy, it was all I could do to stay awake on that one.
Yeah.
Really a lot of release.
Yeah, a lot of like we hold a lot of tension in our jaws.
Yeah.
If you notice that, like when you start to get wound up and you start to not sleep good, if you pay attention, like your jaws are usually wound up too.
Okay. Yeah, that was good. I mean, it was funny too. I found that if I could keep my awareness like about 3 or 4 feet in front of me, my sleep went away. I mean, the sleepiness went away. But as soon as I went back to the area, everything kind of just collapsed again.
That's funny.
To make it really kind of tired.
Yeah.
So,
well, you've had a stressful couple weeks.
Oh yeah, you noticed. I gotta tell you, that was I loved your blessing that you did. Pardon me, for our area.
Yeah.
I heard that I dialed in right before our power went down, and then so it took us out. So I was just caught the very beginning of that, and then I caught it a couple of times afterwards.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Boy, yeah, that was pretty scary there for a bit.
Yeah, we were blessed. We came through very well unscathed, though, considering some of the other folks. Yeah, we just lost just a tree or something like that. But yeah, thank you. And then I did have a couple other questions, but I'll wait until kind of like we come back around for the next.
Okay, like, do we have
next
any other?
I have one that's specific to this process. And it
How about we'll
was-
wait for just a second, order the jaw thing, and then we'll come back around to you.
Sounds great. Okay,
Okay, perfect.
thanks.
So it was, you may have said it, but I missed it.
Mhm.
What is the focus of each of the steps we did? Like helichrysum was for unwinding the trauma. What were the others intended for?
So the very first thing was, I'm gonna put this in the newsletter on Monday, so, but the first part was defense mechanisms. So that is like hyperreactive fight flight mechanisms like we were talking about at the beginning of the day. And then second was the thresholds, like your pain thresholds, stress thresholds, just thresholds in general. We have all kinds of thresholds. And when we reach our threshold, it starts to shift the physiology, and it shifts your behaviors and your instinctive responses. And so by going through and unwinding this, you could say it takes more for the body to change in a negative way. Like sometimes when we're really wound up and fatigued and our body's in a degenerative state, as soon as you give it a little nudge, it changes and gets worse, right? But if your body is in a pretty solid place and it's doing good, it can take a lot of negative stimuli and not really shift and change and start doing worse, right? So we want to fortify the body in a way that the body doesn't degenerate. Then third is trauma, where we're shifting the body from being in a traumatic state. And trauma isn't always or emotional or mental. Our bodies go through little micro traumas all the time, and they do accumulate. And so we tend to get a little triggers in the body and the physiology. And so this kind of builds on the step that was before it. And then, excuse me. From there, that last part, we're talking about vibration, which is just elevating the function of the body. And so.
Now that was kind of a long process. Do you want to take a break and then go into more questions, or do you want to go into questions right
We
now?
can go right into questions.
Okay, so go ahead, Dan, then Lolly, then Sonia.
Hey, Dan.
Hey. Yeah, okay, I got a couple of things I just want to kind of talk through and get your kind of feedback on that. I've got COPD, so I
Okay.
did get a diagnosis on that, years of smoking and
Right.
doing it, quit for a number of years, 3 years maybe now. So
Okay.
anyway, so it's so I had written down something a while back, German chamomile, a
Yes.
couple of drops, tarragon, a couple of drops, and then thyme limonol as kind of inhaling, like 20 to
Yeah, do Tylenol as an inhalation, but the big one is going to be the German chamomile internally. Like
okay.
2 or 3 drops. You could even do it a couple of times a day.
That's what I didn't have on here was a couple of times. Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be every day. Like, you might do it 3 or 4 days a week and give yourself a break, a couple of days. But I would do it consistently for a while. And that, it's not a magic bullet, but it will help.
It will help with the
It will help quite a bit.
it's the breathing is much better. But it's kind of weird that the shortness comes after I've done a little bit of working, stress, and then or walking, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I got this little scratch in the throat here all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, like I feel it like when I do an exertion thing, it's okay when I'm doing it, but then like afterwards for about 3 or 4
Right.
minutes, that's when it kind of acts up to where it's kind of, just got to take it a little easy, maybe even
I,
go to an inhaler or something like that.
You know, I don't know that we have it on the site right now. You could also get it at the health food store, like more like Amazon than anything. But we do have a strong tincture of lobelia. I could
Ooh.
pop that up on the site, or you could go to Amazon and get lobelia capsules. And I would say just like maybe one capsule twice a day.
Okay.
Or if you do the tincture, like a dropper full, maybe once a day.
Okay.
And the idea would be that it is relaxing to the diaphragm and the skeletal muscles of the chest and the rib cage. And the idea would be that it would continue to unwind things so that, like you said, you're fine kind of when you're doing stuff, but then afterwards you still kind of feel it.
Yeah.
It should have an impact on that area after the fact. And
Okay.
and so, you know, I would do it almost like as a preventative treatment where you just do it like once a day, like in the morning. I mean, you could do it twice a day if you wanted to. But usually once a day is pretty good. And so very good for unwinding that shortness of breath. And you know, in the old days we'd used to use it to treat even like asthma and things like that.
Yeah.
And you know, that culmination should be really good for the COPD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's called
Yeah, lobelia.
L-A-B-I-L-I-A.
Lobelia. Yeah.
L-O-B-E-L-I-A.
And we
Okay.
can pop that up on the site tonight or
Yeah,
something.
I can get it up.
Yeah, I'm about to put through an order and I'll just add it
Yeah.
in the comments. How's that?
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Okay, great, great. Okay.
And it's not expensive. It's like, you know, it's just it's a potent version of it. So usually with the tincture, a dropper full a day is plenty. Like you
Okay.
might need to do more. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. There's a bit of well, as I'm going through, I'm doing a lot of soul searching, if you will, or just working with my emotions, my thoughts, my feelings. You know, I know that kind of I've been driven by those guys for so long, it seems like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now that I'm starting to, well, actually, with these classes and working through different protocols, or you know, I'm learning more about myself and how to like shift that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've come up with a way of kind of doing that, like when I start going down a path, and it's like I kind of tell myself this conversation is over. Kind of thing, just kind of shut it
Yeah, yeah.
down, like right there. And actually, that really
Right.
seems to work. So
Right.
it's kind of putting this kind of that in play, and I'm finding that you know just keeping that approach is kind of working. Like you know, I think I kind of mentioned by a little while ago as far as you know, have that kind of question. You know, what if that didn't bother you, or something like that, right?
Right.
Just with the rhetorical kind of question
Mhm.
to kind of just guide through that. Is there, and I'm finding too that you know there's things that cause me or kind of get a pain point for me, maybe
Mhm.
activates the pain body, if you will,
Sure.
where things, you know, that are just being said or interpreted that you really no one else would do. But I think with my sensitivities, I don't know, you know, being a Pisces or whatever, you know, kind of things, I have a heightened sense of sensitivities and feelings and that sort of thing anyway, just in my
Mhm.
general makeup, right?
Sure.
So is there kind of like a protocol or a stack that will help that? I mean, you outlined a stack.
And you're trying to help which part? Like you're
I
trying
am trying to help. I well, at the end of the day, I'm trying to prepare my body that when I leave it, that I don't bring this stuff with me.
I
You know what I
see.
mean?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
kind of want to go through this and see if I can kind of just because this stuff doesn't serve me. And
Right.
it really doesn't. I want to be able to just kind of just you know go through, bring back some light, you know, kind of thing.
I would say that you know the class that we're doing next weekend, which I know you bought the kit for.
Yes, yes.
The vital centers will have a big impact on that. You know, it's tied a lot to like purifying and releasing some of the, you know, the imprints on the nervous system. The stronger the emotion or the more repetitive the thought kind of imprints on the nervous system, and then it starts to affect how you think, how you feel, how you behave, your automatic, you know, your automatic responses, your all those kinds of aspects. And it really, like you said, you're reflecting on things. It can even inhibit your ability to go like inward. And it's not really who you are, but it kind of comes like who you are, but who you are right now. Like
Yeah.
it's not really who you are, but it gets so imprinted that it's hard to like kind of untangle from that. And that whole idea with the vital centers is to unwind that, to unwind those strong impressions from the old emotions and the old repetitive thoughts, and be able to go inward and to untangle and start learning things in a new way, but also undoing the stresses of the past and the traumas of the past. And
Yeah.
I think that class will bring you a lot of relief in that area.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's when I'm doing like the Lama yoga in the morning, you know, I'm feeling like cobwebs kind of on my face kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's actually like, from what I understand, like processing like old stuff. Like,
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, that's, you know, because like you'll be fine sometimes, and then like you do the process and it's like, oh, and it's almost like there's I'll do it sometimes and I'll feel like amazing, and then sometimes it almost feels like there's a little bit of a disconnect from myself. Like I don't want to say like I'm not quite in my body, but I don't feel quite connected to the body. And some of that is that old stuff, that old trauma, that old,
yeah,
you know, those old repetitive thoughts. They're in the process of shifting, releasing, letting go, transmuting, you know, whatever word you want to use there, but they are shifting a bit. And when they do shift, I feel even more in my body, or I feel, you know, stronger connection to the body. But there's like periods where it feels like, I don't want to say rough, but there's like a little bit of a disconnect. And, you know, even with that, you know, on one level, I'd say, oh, you know, be still and be aware of your body and whatever. But I find sometimes even just getting up and doing like work with your hands, like doing something that's very concretizing, where you have to be really focused in the moment, kind of pulls you out of that. Or at least for me, it does.
okay.
And then it becomes easier to process. But usually that is like the byproduct of something that was either a very big imprint or something that was very traumatic, or something that you felt disconnected with a long time ago. And it's almost like you're bringing that feeling or that situation up. And even though you might not recognize it, it's kind of up, and you're almost like reliving it a little bit. And then just by like concretizing like immediate action, it just dissipates, you know. And so that could be done with the Dorje, you know, how you do the Dorje and you stay focused
Yeah.
and let go and do awareness. You could do it that way. You could do it with the Purba, but you could also do it even with you know, there's been a couple of times where I've had something like that, and I would, you know, I'd try to do something, and I didn't have oil, so I would sit and just bless the earth. I'd take my hands and I'd point them down and bless the earth. And I think I was using Om Rama, Om, and it lifted, you know, because part of what's happening is you are like you're shifting the elements or the elementals associated with that particular time or feeling or that state that you're in. Even though that state might have passed, you still are kind of shifting it a bit. And so some of that, some of what holds you there are the elements. And that Om Rama Om is a way to like purify and spiritualize the elements.
Okay.
And so by doing that, you'll notice that you'll break out of it much faster.
Okay. I'll go try some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. One other thing too, I noticed with the working with the Dorje, it's like I can, when it first started in the pH, you played with energy between the two hands kind of thing, right? You could feel it
Mhm.
like kind of push. If you push it, you push it one way and you push it the other
Mhm.
way and you kind of feel it in the other hand, right? So actually with the Dorje, I'm starting to feel where the energy pointing it down is like you start to move it, it's kind of still. It wants to stay there kind of
Mhm.
thing. And it doesn't move around, you kind of feel it move like in an energy groove, if you will. Does
Mhm.
that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I came across that feeling the other day, which I thought was kind of,
Very cool.
yeah, yeah,
Very cool.
yeah. And I thought the comments you had the other day with the life altar, I thought that was kind of really good for where I'm at right now
Oh,
too.
good.
It's
Yeah.
it's kind of like it took me a while to kind of think of what I want to put there. It's more like what I don't want to put there, if you
Yeah,
will.
that's a good portion of my life was like, nope, 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 nope,
Yeah.
maybe, nope, nope. It was a lot of that. It was a
Yeah.
lot of
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
yeah. The thing that I used to talk about with some of my friends is like I had a very bad chooser for a while. Like the
Oh.
things that I would choose,
Yeah.
not the greatest. So that's why there was a lot of nopes, like just nope, nope,
Okay.
nope, nope.
Yeah. Wow.
And
Yeah.
it's kind of weird. Like, for a little while, I remember thinking like, oh, this is just so negative. I'm always just saying no or nope or no, 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 no. And in the moment, I didn't realize. I mean, I kind of knew what I was doing, but I didn't realize the magnitude of what I was doing. In saying those no's, I was also saying yes, but not to that. I was saying yes to like potentials or something better.
Mm-hmm.
I had to say no to those, like those negative things or the things that really weren't serving me anymore, or the things that were even kind of harming me. Like, I didn't see him as that at first, but as I started looking at it, I was like, this is a little self-sabotage stuff. And by saying no to that, it's like you're making space for the things that are good. And even when I would try to bring the good things in, there was a resistance, and who knows why, but like there was a resistance, and the no's made it more possible for the good things to come in. It's like
Yeah.
I was waiting for it, where like if it just fell in my lap, I'd go, no, 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 who put this in my lap? Get this out of here. Even though it might be amazing, I was like, ugh, and so I had to say no for a while. And I still catch myself doing that. Like, nope, 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 nope. And I don't know. I think when you have I say this for myself, I don't know about for other people, but like I have the kind of mind that, especially when I was young, that if you gave me a task, I was like, okay, I'll do this task, but I can tell you 12 reasons why it's not going to work. My mind could see that. And so I would fixate on those 12 things. And what would happen is I would engage those things and it would become more difficult.
Right.
And so by just like kind of voicing going, nope, 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 it's like, okay, those things are there, but there's also other possibilities. And like I really couldn't see the other possibilities until I said no to a bunch of things. And
Okay.
in
Right.
saying no, it's like, oh, this isn't it. There is other possibilities where like I got it intellectually, but until I said no a bunch, I didn't get it. I got it on a much deeper level where I could go, oh, there really is other possibilities, you know, but, you know, I used to think there was something wrong with my mind, like when I was younger about that. But it's really just like critical thinking. Like you have an aspect, you know, me, I was saying like, you know, I have an aspect of like critical thinking, and in that, like you can see positive and negative, but the tendency is for critical thinking to try to resolve the problem. So the tendency is to go to the negative things first. And wanting to be able to bring in more abstract thinking, it's almost like you have to like detach a little bit from the critical thinking. Doesn't need to go away. It just needs to be tempered and have other kinds of thinking mixed in with it. And so for the longest time, I used to try to get rid of that way of thinking, and that never works. And
Yeah, it's
trust me, I tried. I tried like nobody's business. Never worked. But by going no, 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 and then coming to it, I was like, oh, so if that's not working, it's almost like you exhaust the possibilities of the old way of thinking. Then you go, well, then I have to be open to something new. And your mind kind of openly embraces it. Or at least mine did, I should say.
All right.
Yeah. You try,
like
so try that.
Yeah, I shall. I shall.
You
Yeah,
know, like I always joke that obstacles were my first form of meditation. I would sit and just like, oh, this is so hard. This is the 15 reasons why this isn't going to work. And so if that was the case, my first mantra was no. Like, no, nope, 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 nope. And then after a while, it's like it trained my mind a little bit to not think that that's the only potential, like the only way of doing things. Yeah.
I kind of go on yes, yes, yes things, and I found myself in doing that approach, I get myself really confused sometimes. It's just too much, trying to do everything,
Yeah.
as opposed to, like what you're describing to me is kind of like ruling out everything, right? That's not going
Right.
to work. Yeah, rule
Yeah.
that out, rule that out, rule that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
I it's funny that you mentioned that. I used to do like a mala. I used to go, yes, thank you, 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 yes, thank you. And I thought this is
Oh.
going to be amazing. It wasn't really that amazing. Like you know, because it's like almost like a kind of form of gratitude or something.
Oh, right.
And I don't know. Like I think like so many times, again, I'm speaking for myself, there's the idea of like, oh, it should be like this, or oh, it should be like that.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you know, it really is more about just realizing where you're at and then going, okay, I need to walk myself out of here. And for me, saying no a bunch is how I walked out. You know, and so I realized for myself, I was judging myself and having to say no so much that I would not do it. But when I really sat down and did it, I was like, no, 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 no.
Hmm.
It opened up possibilities that I couldn't open up on my own.
Oh,
You know,
that's-
it's a weird thing to say. Like it almost seems like counterintuitive or counter of what you would think. It's like, no, just be grateful. And I was like, yeah, I could be grateful all you want, but like it's almost like it would throw me in a crisis. And it's because I hadn't detached from those other things. And so saying no to them was a way of like detaching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good perspective.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
Took me a long time to come to that, by the way, like 15 years.
Wow.
But once I started doing it, it started working. You know, but
Yeah.
I was super judgy of myself for doing it. I was super judgmental of myself. Like that, you know, because you hear all the new agey things, you shouldn't do that. You should be grateful. You should do this. You should do that. And I don't know. I just had this realization is like, you know, as I get older, there's no shoulds and shouldn'ts. There just is. And,
Yeah.
you know, if this is what I need to do to feel better, then this is what I'm going to do to feel better. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just sitting there quietly going, no, 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 no. Who cares? And so I didn't even tell my friends I was doing that for the longest time. And then I would start telling my friends. They were a little judgy about it too, but not as judgy as I was. Like I was super judgmental about like, why would I do that? That's just seems nuts. But it's like, I don't know, it's just a form of like training your mind. And like I was saying that night on Thursday night, like we're the parents of our own brain,
Right.
and just like a little kid, sometimes you gotta go like, no, don't do that. Don't touch the hot stove. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. And my instinctive responses when I was young were horrible. Like it's not that they were doing like bad things, they were doing bad things for me. Like if I went into a job or something, my instincts were amazing for the boss or for the company or for whatever. But when I went in and tried to do something for myself, never worked. It never worked. And it just took me a while to unwind that.
Cool.
Yeah. You have to let me know how that works.
Yeah, I shall. Definitely. And I've had another question. This,
Sure.
for a while I've had it. Actually, this is more with the Tonkas. Each one of them have different borders, right? Like the ones you have are very similar borders. Is that related, or is that related to
Like
the
this,
temples that they
this
come
part.
from? Or
A lot of them, they're using silk and brocade.
yeah, but I mean the patterns, like you both have kind of like the things, and I've seen the one, with the dark blue background on a couple too, kind of thing. Are
They
they
might do it with
related?
some meaning or something, because you are getting the impact of the color a little bit. But sometimes it also is like a particular artist might like him this way. These are because they were in temple, like, so that design was
The temple
for
type
that
design.
particular temple. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So not a whole lot of meaning, but maybe a little bit, but nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's more like, kind of like it ties it geographically to another one, maybe, or like those
No,
are those
it's more
both
like a
from the same
signature,
temple?
like, like a
Oh.
signature of somebody. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
nothing. Okay. I
Yeah.
was just saying that there's similarities here, and
Yeah.
like the one on the website too is the blue one, and I've seen you've had a blue one too, and I got a blue one. So I
Yeah.
just kind of wondered if there was kind of
Like
that.
blue, gold, and crimson are very common themes, and with the Tonka, the silk around.
Yeah,
Other colors can be there too, but those colors are very, very common.
just common.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
This particular design though is because it was made for the Dalai Lama.
Oh, that's a Dalai
Yeah.
Lama kind of
Yeah.
design.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like these two both have those, and I showed Imaho a picture, before he left the body. And he was looking at it, and that's the first thing he said. He looked at the image of the Tonka, and then he looked at the brocade, and he goes, "Oh, look at the brocade." He goes, "Where did you see this?" And I was like, "It's in my house." And he goes, "How the F did," he said the word, "How the F did you get that?" Like, he
No
goes, like,
kidding.
what happened there? And I kind of told him what happened and everything. And he's like, that's not normal. But it's like particular artists. These were out of both of them, the two side by side, they're out of about the same time frame. And so I don't know if it was the artist or because they were for a Dalai Lama.
Okay.
The one on my left over here was of the 8th Dalai Lama, and then this one was about the same time frame, but it came out of the Potala temple in Tibet, like back in like right as the Dalai Lama left in exile.
Ah, okay. Wow.
So it had been there for a few hundred years.
Yeah, few maybe. Yeah. Wow.
And that's Sangapa. And
Sangapa.
yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's hard to validate, but I'm pretty sure Sangapa is Kutumi. Yeah,
Really?
like Kutumi, St. Francis of Assisi. Yeah.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
if you look at the tendencies of Zangapa, very similar to Kutumi and St. Francis, and yeah.
Okay.
Kutumi was also one of the three wise men.
Yep. And Pythagoras. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's a topic for another discussion.
Yeah,
But I'd
yeah.
like to go into that one a little deeper about that being. Yeah.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
more will be revealed, as they say.
Yes.
Thank you, Greg.
So
Stay well.
And then go ahead, Lolly, then Danelle.
hey,
Hey.
Ollie.
Oh my God, so this conversation was so good. Thank
Oh,
you.
good.
I really needed that, like, because I'm on the like judging myself stage of like,
Oh, yeah.
and I really
I-
needed that
I
to
hear
hear
you.
that.
Like,
So
you know,
yeah.
even now, like I'll have like a family member or something who like says a bunch of negative things to me, and I was like, "Is that all you got? I can do way better than that." Like, if that's the only criticism you have, like, that's child's play. Like, you know, I can grind on myself way better than you can grind on me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Can get a degree on that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've been like that all my life. So it's yeah, obviously accumulating on a lot of things.
Yeah. But I really think that that's like when you have a very like a critical thinking, you know, detail oriented mind, is you see those details, and it's really easy to get stuck on those details or consumed in the details. And I don't know, like for me, I had a hard time disentangling from a lot of things. And so that whole idea of like saying no to certain things, I don't know. As I was going through trainings with different teachers and stuff, I started realizing, you know, as much as I want to have these other experiences and have things open up and have these experiences, it's just as important, if not more important, to close certain doors or to like temper things so that I could have those other experiences. And so like I go back even to that idea with you know, one time I was walking with Master Cha, and we were just being quiet, and I don't know, he was out for a walk, and you know, I would keep the perimeter around him. So if he was walking, I was walking, and I, you know, I would just be quiet, and if he started talking, I would engage him, but I was letting him have his own, you know, his own space and everything at the same time. And we were walking, and he goes, "How's your meditations?" And I go, they're good, you know, because at the time, like my mind was still so mental that, you know, we're sitting there meditating on the Om or meditating on the golden flame. I made this joke before, but it really wasn't a joke. You know, visualize a golden flame on your crown. Well, how big is it? Is it a foot? Is it 2 feet? Am I consumed by a golden flame? Is it American gold color, or is it Indian gold color? Like, what color gold are we talking about? Like, and I would be grinding on all these details, and then I'd hear, "Come back to your body," and I'd be like, I'm still figuring out the gold on the gold flame, and like, is it moving? Is it just static? Like, you know, I would just like have all these details. And so when we were walking and we were talking about the meditation, I was like, it's okay. And, you know, he was giving me the eyeball, like, explain, you know. And I go, honestly, I do better when I spend more time doing purification than I do meditation. And he looked at me for a little bit, and he leaned in and he went, very good. He said, most people want to have the experience but they don't want to like clean things up. They don't want to detach from things. And he goes, very good. He goes, that's really hard to teach. You know, it's like either people have it or they don't. And, you know, it can be taught to a certain extent, but a lot of people shy away from the purification. I was like, oh no, I'm very aware. Like, I'm a better person if I do purification. Like, I'm very aware of that. And I go, so I spend more time doing purification than I do meditation. And then I building my case with him. You know, we have in that practice they have the 5 pillars. The
Yes.
second pillar is purification, then it's
Mhm.
meditation. And I go, second pillar is purification, like it's before meditation. So I take that very serious. And he was like, very good, very, very good. And so even that idea of saying no to those things is a kind of purification. You know, because like think about like you'll be talking to somebody and you're trying to give them this new idea or new way of thinking or break it out of the box, and they'll go, that's just the way I think. Like that's just the way I think. They're so ingrained in the way that they think that they don't see that it's negative. They just identify with it, and then like that's just the way I do things. And I had the realization, you know, as pointed out by somebody, but I had the realization that yeah, that might be the way I think, but I'm not thinking good. Like it's not like I'm thinking bad or horrible, but I'm thinking in repetitive ways and I'm doing the same thing over and over again, always expecting a different result. And so at some point I have to say, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I want to open it up to something new. And so I had to say no. Like I had to say no. Later, Imaho Imaho taught me a very powerful mantra. It was irrelevant. Irrelevant. Like he goes, whenever you're faced with something and you get a little worked up, he goes, irrelevant. You just sit and chant it like Om. And I was like, ugh, really? Okay. And then I started doing it. I was like, kind of amazing. Like it worked faster than I thought. And you know, I did that for a while. And it worked, you know, because the critical mind gets really clamped down on details, and it doesn't allow for the intuitive parts of the mind to flow. And I would say in the earlier days that I thought because I have so much of that critical thinking in my head that I won't be very good at being intuitive. But I would say even more so, if you really are tied to critical thinking and you temper it more than most people would go at. You know, like most people would go, well, it's not really my issue, and they really want to address it. But when it's a struggle, it's a struggle. And as you struggle with it, it becomes an asset, it becomes an ally, like, you know, because you've had to temper it so much. So I would say it almost made me more intuitive than had I not had it. But in the beginning, it was very restrictive, very, very restrictive.
And yeah, it makes perfect sense. So thank you. And I really needed to hear that because it's been really a lot of shifts, and also learning to say no to that and also say yes actually to myself and give things to myself that I never even, because I got so used to I don't know, I don't. And sometimes it's actually no, it's okay to balance things in a little bit of a different way. And it opens up different things. Yeah. So thank you.
So on that whole no thing, this kind of ties in, but I just have to share this because so a long time ago when I was still living in Southern California, so this was, I don't know, maybe, let's see, 8, 13, 12, well, 12, 13 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. My ex at the time, she had kind of longish, like really curly, naturally curly hair, like you know, the curls were kind of tight. You know, it wasn't like loose curls. It was kind of tight curls. And so when she would get her hair done, it was always a struggle for the hairstylist to cut her hair because it was, you know, it was always a little different because she had very curly hair. And so and she was an interior designer. So, you know, she had to look a certain part and everything. And so, you know, being in Southern California, especially. And so she finally got in with this guy that, he was very good at cutting curly hair. In fact, he was from Israel. And he was very good. And right as she was getting in, he won some like Vidal Sassoon award, or, you know, he won some award, right? And so she got into him and she got her hair cut a few times. And then one time, you know, he cut it kind of shorter than what she was used to. And his whole thing was, it wasn't like supercuts where you can go like, oh, off here, here, here. He was an artist, so like you went to him and he did his thing. You didn't really get a big say so. And so the next time she went in, she goes, you know, you cut my hair a little bit short, and could you not do that? I like my hair longer. And he just went, nope. And she's like, well, da 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 da. And he goes, well, you could always go to somebody else, but you're a reflection of my work, and my work, you know, I had to stand by. And no. And like there was no explanation, no nothing. And I was like, that guy's kind of my hero. Not that he was giving her a hard time, but like he was like, no, this is what I do. And if you don't want it, you could go somewhere else. He's not going to talk you into it. But he was just like, no. And I was like, that was amazing. He didn't feel bad about it. He didn't feel weird about it. He didn't defend himself. He was just like, yeah, if you want to go somewhere else, that's fine. But if I'm going to do it, no. And I was like, that guy's amazing. That guy's my hero a little bit. Like, because how many times did I do something that I didn't really feel comfortable with because I didn't want to say no, or didn't have a
I
good
could write a whole-
explanation, and I was like, he had no problem doing it. And I was like, man, I got to be a little bit more like that guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm so used to like moving myself to accommodate other
Yeah.
people, and
And there's something good in that as well.
Yeah.
But there's
Mhm.
times where you do need to say no. Like, you know,
and finding the
Yeah.
in between, and being comfortable with that, which is
Yeah.
why I was like, oh wow, I could, because when you said it, I could feel my body was really relaxing in
Right.
a different way.
right.
And that's because I think
Even do a thing where like you look at some behavior where you're like, oh, I'm not sure this or that, you know, how we go, okay, sit with that behavior,
Mhm.
and feel it in your body, and then just start going, no, 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 no. And as much as that at first seems negative, it's very relaxing to the body.
Mhm.
Very relaxing.
I'll try that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. And well, my questions are actually about pains.
Okay.
So a few different things. So by the way, to follow up on what I asked before, when I was thinking about it, I realized the first time I had hives actually was like maybe 15 years ago. And
Mhm.
then it came back from a different reason, maybe the same reason eventually, body, and that was like 5 or 6 years ago. 5 years ago, maybe 4. Anyway, so
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
that could definitely be stress or anxiety, but that
Yeah,
also
yeah.
could be like in the vein of allergies.
Yeah, but then kind of doing all the
Yeah.
but then as far as pain, so there's 2 things that are going on. So one is the ongoing thing. Now I'm into 1 week of the shoulder situation. So it's better than what it was. It's even better than, Thursday when I saw you. Like I'm
Mhm.
sitting here, I don't feel it. When I move my head really a lot to the left, then I feel it more. And I woke up, it was really painful, and I had to unwind it, and I've been using all the things. Last night I switched more to doing peppermint, APR, actually, which I haven't used much lately, but I switched to that last night and this morning. I don't know what else if
But it is getting better.
it's getting better, yes. Again, I woke up with that painful today, but it was better than how I woke up yesterday. Now it's better than what it, like there's improvement, but it's still there. Oh, and I went back to taking black cumin, which I didn't take for a few days.
I mean, it's getting better. On one level, you could say, you know, I'm always open to like trying to improve the process, but you're doing things that's moving it in a way, because again, those symptoms are also a reflection of like the degenerative state in the body. And so, you know, sometimes it is a little bit of time. You're moving in the right direction, but let me just see if there's a way to improve that. For the jaw, the first thing that we used, what did you use? I'm just curious.
I have to look, let's see the options again.
Uh,
Oh, you said the first option lemongrass, so I use lemongrass.
Lemongrass?
Yeah. And I've been taking lemongrass internally now twice a week. So I'm taking 2 drops twice a week for the last couple of weeks.
And you're working with spikenard or no? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah. So I'm doing
How
inhalations.
are you using the spikenard?
I'm doing inhalations and I'm doing the brain spine pattern, and I'm doing spikenard on my feet. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I'm, yeah.
And it's your left shoulder, if I remember right?
Yes, and so this one is the one that already has an injury from before.
I'm not sure how this is going to work, but let's have you do a thing where you rotate between spikenard and helichrysum with inhalations, but you're inhaling on that shoulder blade itself. You know, part of the issue that you're having is also that levator scapula. Some of it is like the upper part of the trapezius, and there's on the shoulder blade itself, there's a muscle at the top called the supraspinatus, and you have a little bit of a combination there. You know, in other areas of your body, the degeneration is not bad, but there's a section like from the injuries where you have it. So it's been contained, but it's still there a little bit. And so it manifests symptoms. And so the shoulder blade, the muscle is not very thick. You know, you're treating mostly a muscle called the infraspinatus, and it will throw off the shoulder girdle. Like, you know, if you move your shoulder sometimes and the infraspinatus is real bad, it will make it kind of go pop, pop, grind, pop, 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 you know.
Oh yeah, it makes some, it's not painful, but it
But
makes
no, it's
noises.
there. Yeah. And so that is an infraspinatus issue. And so the thing that I find interesting about working the shoulder blade, those muscles on the shoulder blade, is, for one, they hold way more tension than you would think. And two, when they release, it washes over this area up here and it washes up even into the jaw. And I kind of like that for you. Like the helichrysum is usually what I use just by itself, but I like the idea of doing spikenard and helichrysum back and forth for your issue. And you're already moving in the right direction. It's a matter of time now. But I think you could still get some more out of it, because that levator scapula, you know, Pauline had the same issue, but she had some different mechanisms in place. And so, like, it starts up at the base of the skull and then goes all the way down and attaches to the upper part of the shoulder blade.
Yeah, and the pain that I feel is on the back, really. Yeah.
So the muscle itself sometimes is being aggravated because of the different muscles that attach to the shoulder blade. And if the infraspinatus is off, as much as you treat that neck, the issue is still going to be a thing because the shoulder blade has still got an issue. So you'll get it feeling better, but it won't stay better because the shoulder blade still has that issue. And then, you know, the shoulder moving, it aggravates that muscle in the neck. And so you've already done a bunch of work on the neck. So I would say continue with all that, but now work the shoulder blade itself.
So yes, I've been doing, and all the stuff I do topically, I've been doing the shoulder blade, because that's where the pain started, on the shoulder blade, and it's been traveling out more to the neck. Like it's been moving for the last week. Okay. So when I'm doing the spikenard, what do I do? Like a few inhalations and
you
then
just
I switch?
inhale like 15, 20 times. Your awareness is on the shoulder blade, and then rotate to the other one, the helichrysum.
Okay.
It doesn't matter which one you start with.
Yeah.
And just keep going back and forth, and like do it until you almost start to feel like, I gotta lay down for a moment, because you'll know that that's you're shifting that part of your nervous system there, and that's the issue, is like that area is still in a degenerative process, and so you want to shift that process out in the of the body. And
so then, even though the pain is more in the back, I'm doing the inhalations on the shoulder blade
itself,
on the front.
Still keep doing all the other stuff you're doing, but add that to the mix.
So even with the spikenard, still work the same pattern that okay. And then topically, just keep playing with the different things.
All the same stuff you got in play.
Because I'm so confused. Each time I'm trying something else to see what works. I also been working
but works isn't always going to be an immediate result. Like you're unwinding something, so you're having to condition something. So it might be working, it might not be immediate, but it is. It's moving in the right direction. Like you're having a reduction of symptoms. So what you've been doing is working. It's just not immediate.
Yeah, and I think it was even more inflamed yesterday, because now I can actually feel my shoulder blade. I think I couldn't feel it much yesterday and the day and before that. So okay.
Yeah. I suspect your shoulder blade's a lot more, like in the shoulder girdle, is a lot more jacked up than
So okay. So
that's an official medical term, by the way. Jacked up.
Yes, I love that. So I'll try and adding that. Now, the few things I was, in relation to that. So I was wondering about there's the pain relief neuropathic. Is there any, which I'm not sure what's actually in this blend, and I'm wondering if is that something that's going to be beneficial for me, or I have enough things.
I mean, it is good for nerve-related stuff like that. It has a lot of corn mint and peppermint in it, and you're already working with peppermint. And so, I mean, I can tell you what's in it. Like, I have to look it up.
Because I was looking at this one, and I was also looking at the birch complex. That feels like might be a good thing to have.
Which one?
The birch complex, which I think might be a good one to have. This one I know.
I probably would do birch complex for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I thought. It's already in my cart, so.
Yeah. The thing with birch complex is very antispasmodic and very good for pain. I find that even if I put birch complex on my wrist, pains in other areas will diminish.
I
Like
and I saw that in the notes
Yeah.
on your website. And so when I'm getting that a roller ball, or is there a better way to do it, like an ointment or a body tonic? Because I know what.
I would either do it neat or in a roller ball.
Okay, don't just do okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to think about doing a 5 ml bottle just so you could do salt bath. Oh, you can do salt baths though.
Yeah.
Do rollerball. Do rollerball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured, and then I can just, because then I can also do inhalations with
Yeah.
either that or the neat, and then I can always get okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and I still want to know what's in the pain relief neuropathic start.
Okay. So it's corn mint, peppermint, heavy on the corn mint. Eucalyptus dives or dives or deves. I usually say deves, which is a eucalyptus that's minty, like it's got a minty scent to it. And then tarragon, clove, helichrysum, lemongrass, galbanum, and gurgeon balsam.
Thank you. But then I don't necessarily need to add that to my okay. Now
I think the birch complex is probably better for you.
okay. And then the other thing, a couple of other things. So the peppermint, so if we're looking at peppermint, one of the things in the birch complex is wintergreen. And I'm trying to what is the difference between peppermint and wintergreen? I mean, they're doing different things, right? But they still have the
wintergreen is a pain reliever, but it's a little bit more it's better at deep spasms and tension and spasms that are causing pain. Peppermint, like as far as these kind of scenarios are concerned, the comparison, peppermint is somewhat antispasmodic, but somewhat anti-inflammatory, but it's better at reducing the pain signal going to the brain. Like that's one thing mint is really good for. Like it diminishes the signals that are going to the brain. So like, when you have like a pain syndrome, especially with sharp pain, it's almost like the body amplifies that to get your attention. And so it calms it down to like a more normal state rather than an agitated overactive state. And so it doesn't completely block it to the brain, but it reduces it, like it normalizes.
So then there's a benefit in actually working both of them, because the wintergreen.
It depends. Like, a lot of times I find that the birch complex will resolve it by itself. And so it's a different kind of pain relief. And so I usually use like the things that have a lot of mint in them when the pain is like peaking, like it's really peaked out, like it's really like when there's ups and downs, it's like for that up part with that, it could be incident pain where you have more pain when you move, or breakthrough pain where it just cycles up and down. It's good for that as well. But I've always found that the birch complex produced a longer lasting result because of how well it unwound the area.
Okay.
Like
so better than the wintergreen, then okay. And
well,
then
it's got wintergreen in it.
Yeah,
like
exactly. So it's better than it by itself. Yeah. Okay. And then also on this a little bit different, but still, same idea is, well, not really, but the other pain that I've been experiencing actually since Thursday, and I thought it was congestion, but it's a headache. And I've been having this same headache for the last, I mean, it was gone for a while, but when I never used to have headaches, but then when it comes back, it's always the same thing on the right
Where,
side, on
what
the
part of your
top,
head? What part of your head?
on the right side, on the top,
Like up
towards
here?
the back. Yeah, yeah. And so there's a
That's still your neck.
point.
Yeah, that's still your
Exactly.
neck.
So
Yeah.
I tried working that trigger point because we talked about that like a few weeks ago, and I'm like, how is it back again? I worked the trigger point with marjoram. So I've been working the area. I did marjoram on my temples. I did some peppermint, but it's still there for the last, what, 2.5 days? Clean them in
I would
my
do a little bit
head.
more work on like what we're talking about with the shoulder blade and reducing the degenerative state, because especially when you have a trigger point, that is because your body's in a degenerative state. Yeah.
Okay. So
Like-
it's all, even though it's the other
Yeah,
side, it's all
treating-
eventually.
Yeah, treating trigger points locally produces very short-term results. Like you
Yeah.
have to really keep unwinding the body. Yeah.
And then the blend that you have online, what I was wondering is that the head relief, is that that's for headaches, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's in this one? Because I was trying to figure it out. Even for that, I was using a lot of peppermint.
Lavender, marjoram, milfoil, spearmint, dark blue tansy.
And spearmint would be similar to peppermint, basically.
It's not as cooling. It's still antispasmodic, but there's a little bit more like kind of warming sensation to that area to unwind the tissue, and gentle for the head. Yeah.
Okay, so basically you would have that as a go-to for any type of, because even with a headache like that comes from a trigger.
It's not going to hit all headaches, especially when it's a trigger point headache. It's probably not going to do a whole lot for that, but it's just more like kind of tension, like a tension headache. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
then,
I don't know that it would work for your kind of headache.
but the peppermint can potentially, because the peppermint is helping a little bit, but still not enough.
For me, I would probably go more like vetiver or spikenard or something like that.
Okay, I'll go back to working these.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like vetiver for stuff like that.
so just on the base of the skull and.
Yeah, base of the skull, but I even put some on the fingertips and rub it right into the area.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
do that as well. Yeah, I should probably work with the vetiver some more. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then Danelle, and then maybe we'll call it a day.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi,
Hey,
hi, Greg.
doing
Hi,
today?
Greg. Thank you so much. And if if you are tired, I can ask this
No,
tomorrow
I
too.
want to hear your questions.
So I have chronic sinus infections,
Okay.
and you had told me before to do the sinus pattern with 4 different oils, and
Okay.
I forgot one. So I have rosemary, marjoram, bay laurel, and then there was one more, and
Probably basil. Basil was
was it
probably the other one.
basil.
Um,
Okay.
So the thing that I would say with that, like also, with especially with chronic things, it could have been basil. It could have been, you could even throw like instead of basil, like a eucalyptus radiata in there, or does your nose get really impacted?
Yeah, so definitely, yeah, and
So,
congestion, headache.
The other thing that I would throw in the mix, like you could kind of mix and match some of these.
Okay.
You could use like black pepper or some form of thyme, and the idea like inhaling it up into the nose, like that one you wouldn't even necessarily need to follow the pattern, but by inhaling it, you're increasing the blood circulation in the mucous membranes, and a lot of times that will make everything kind of loosen up so that you can blow your nose and get it out.
So would it be helpful to do it as a steam?
Yeah, oh yeah. If you could do that, that would be amazing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You can just do like a little bowl of hot water and put the towel over your head, go old school like that. I love that.
Yeah, that's what I was doing that yesterday, but with oregano, but I'll try thyme.
Oregano might work as well. Did that help?
Yeah, actually it did.
Yeah,
It helped
if
quite a bit.
oregano's working for you, because
Okay.
oregano is also kind of hot, and the idea is to increase blood so that it starts to move the mucus, and then you can blow it out, and you still have to treat other things, but at least you got the mucus out.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And so some rosemary verbena internally won't be a quick fix, but it does reduce the contributing factors to the sinus issues. And then things like anula and Amivisnaga too, but anula, like Eucalyptus radiata, things that will
Is
break
that
down.
eucalyptus? Is that the lemony one, or is that the more
Anula is a
suave?
plant unto itself. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the other one, like sometimes terebinth might work.
Okay.
But you want to do something that has like the breaking down of the mucus. And so terebinth is drying, like it will dry out the mucus a bunch. Anula will break it down, so not
Okay.
drying, but it will break it down and slow down the production of it. And then internally, like golden seal will help reduce the mucus and the inflammation there. The thing with the sinuses is the membranes don't have the greatest blood supply, and so like even like if a person is given antibiotics, for example, a lot of times it takes several cycles of the antibiotics when they have a sinus infection, because
That's what I've been dealing
enough
with.
blood's getting up to that area for the antibiotics to even work. And so another one that's a little bit of a sleeper for sinuses is also myrrh. Myrrh can
Okay.
actually have a reducing effect on mucus. And so, look through your oils and see what you have, and start working some of those other ones, and see what hits you. See what works for you. Golden seal will definitely work it from the inside out, but
Okay.
it reduces mucus. But
How many, sorry, with golden seal, is there certain milligrams?
So, like if you get the tincture from us, like I'd say a dropper full twice a day. If you get
Okay.
capsules from the health food store or from like Amazon, be
Yeah.
sure that it doesn't have other things in it. Like, don't get it with like echinacea and all that. Just get pure golden seal.
Pure golden seal.
And
Okay.
like I'd take like 3 capsules twice a day.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if I for some reason have a really bad sinus thing, I'll even do 3 capsules 3 times a day for like a day or two, and then when it starts calming down, then I drop the dosage.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had, that protocol that we did with the
Mm-hmm.
4 different parts, is that helpful for the immune system also?
It's it would have a little bit of an impact. You're talking about the one for the jaws?
Yes.
Yeah, it's more about just unwinding the jaw. It puts the body in a better place, but I wouldn't say that it's specifically for immune function.
Okay.
Anytime you make the body better, the immune system gets better, but that's just for like a jaw that's really wound up.
Okay. Okay. Yes, because my neck started to feel better too, after
Yeah.
doing
You know
that
what?
protocol.
Like this is silly, but what I do, like how we were choosing one of the 4 is when I do this process, I lay on my side and I put one of those oils on the side of my head and rub it into the scalp and on the other side, and then I do it, and I just like I try to do everything I can to unwind the jaw, and I notice I feel better, but it's one of those things, like the jaw, like it needs a bit of maintenance from time to time, but like as I unwind it, I was like, oh God, it feels so much better. And then I'll do it again. I'll go, oh, it feels so much better. And it just, I realized that like my version of feeling good versus the potential of what can feel good are very far apart. Like I keep going closer to like the potential. I'm like, my jaw keeps feeling better and better. I had no idea it was bothering me. And, I
Yeah.
would say that, I just keep unwinding it for a while. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it will
Yeah.
make you sleep better. In a way,
it is good for the immune system because of the effects that it has on the body.
This is very calming.
Yeah, very soothing, very calming.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And we'll call it a night, but we'll start right back at 10 a.m. If you have questions that we didn't get answered today, or you want to start with something, I'll lecture about something. It'll probably be something very different, but we'll lecture about things, but we'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about tomorrow. So spiritual, physical, psychological, clinical, angel, materialization, anything goes. So I'll see you in the morning at 10.